Good morning, dzień dobry, welcome to Bienvenue, the Qualifier 3, this time in the European friendly time zone, I guess. Not completely European time zone, but the Europe-oriented time zone. We are going to be your commentators for today in the Shadowverse Open Qualifier 3. My name is Chris, or Different Fight, joined by the lovely, the one and only Mr. Gnidius.
Hello, yeah, we're on an EU time zone and your bloodline awakened, I see. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was thinking how niche do I want to send my languages today.
Well, guys, it's another week, another SVO, and a very exciting one at that. This is the penultimate qualifier. After this, there's only one more before the SVO Grand Finals. So it's starting to get down to the wire. Last chances to qualify for Grand Finals into last chances to qualify for World Grand Prix. Many hundreds of players have competed over the course of this past weekend. Coming down to this, the top 8. Let's take a look at the format and how this competition is actually going to go down. So in this format, it's a best of 3, 2 decks, 0 band, single elimination bracket, meaning you bring 2 decks of different classes and you have to win with both to advance. If you lose even one set, you are out. So pretty high stakes. And like I said, the top 2 slots will make it to the SVO Grand Finals, which then can qualify you to the World Grand Prix. So again, as always, very high stakes here, Chris.
That is right. And of course, we have plenty of prizing that these players are playing for. That again, if you've been watching the SVOs throughout these last couple of months, then you're already familiar with this. But just for showing up to the top 8, of course, these players had to make it through 10 rounds of Swiss into the playoffs, and then just by making top 8, they get 250 USD plus a $100 bonus for just turning on their webcams during their stream games. And if they win their top 8 matches, then they upgrade their winnings to $450, which then if they win after that, they make it to the finals, where they do lock in their qualifications into the Grand Finals happening at the end of October in Singapore, in person, offline. But for coming second, you get $800, but of course, going first basically doubles that and gives you a $1,500 cash prize on top of other goodies as well, like me.
Yeah, and remember, guys, this is US dollars here, not some random currency. This is real hard cash, so very exciting stuff. But as you said, Chris, there's also some cosmetic prizes as well for doing well in this tournament. Let's take a look. You get that nice little emblem with Himeka on it for qualifying to the top 8 here. But then the 3rd, 2nd, and champion also get this flare that is going to strike fear into the hearts of the people on ladder. Very exclusive flares here. Only a few in the world will ever have this. So yeah, look forward to that. So even on top of the money, you also get the glory, right? That's the whole thing.
Yeah, so I like that we are changing the icon that you get in the qualifiers every time as well. In the past, it used to be that I think you'd only get one icon for an expansion per SVO, whereas now it's like even the same expansion, you get different ones for each of the qualifiers. So it gives you, even if you're just a collector, it gives you incentive to sign up for the SVOs every single time. So there's still one more coming up in 2 weeks' time. So in case you missed out on signing up for Qualifier 3, there's still one more Qualifier 4 happening in 2 weeks' time, which will be in the NA time zone this time. But for now, for those that did make it, for those that did show up and made it all the way to the top 8, let's take a look at the bracket and see which players we are going to be watching play it out today. So at the top of the bracket, we have Derpy Wisdom from Team ZEZET, I believe, who's bringing Modibis, which we saw a little bit of last week, and Temple Forest. This is something that's quite new. Very excited to see this matchup as well. But they're going to be playing up against Manasurge's Yuri, who is bringing the tried and tested Spell Boost against Loot Sword, which we didn't see as much of last week, but we're going to be seeing more of today. And then our second top 8 matchup will be Alahan Pro versus Shino Lily. And so Alahan Pro is also bringing Temple Forest, which again will be very interesting to see, and Modibis, so the same lineup as Derpy Wisdom. And then Lily is playing again Spell Boost and Crest Haven. And then, of course, Igni, we have another 2 sets of top 8 matches to watch.
Yes, on the bottom half of the bracket, we have Artify, who's bringing Spell Boost Rune, as well as Loot Sword, up against Gian, who's bringing Crest Haven and Spell Boost Rune. And if you know anything about Gian, you'll know that Haven's sort of his bread and butter, so I'm excited to see him perform. And then after that, of course, we have Lazuri with Spellboost Rune Cresthaven, and then Abysmo with Spellboost Rune and Loot Sword. Oh, twist! Abysmo not bringing Abyss. But yes, top 8 here, filled with some familiar names, also some new names, and very importantly, a through line we've seen over the past couple of SVOs, names that have been making waves in other card games converging onto Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, which is very, very exciting. So it's like, I feel like we're poaching talent almost, which is nice. So, it's nice to see them all do well, even in this new game. Yeah, for them. Yeah, there you go.
Everyone's just kind of converging to Worlds Beyond. It really is a brand new world for everyone, really, both for people from old Shadowverse and also from people from other card games, right? But I do think our 2 players are getting ready. So let's take a look at our first top 8 matchup here in the decks that they're bringing, because there are some changes from last week around. Some decks in, some decks out. And Derpy Wisdom, oh damn, he's got the profile picture buff here with a doggo. Love to see it. Bringing the Mode Abyss, which we also, of course, saw last week around too. In terms of differences, there is a Medusa being played that we didn't see much of last week around, and the Reaper's Death Slash to help you give some pinpoint targeting, together with the Leah Bellringer that I don't think we saw last week around as well. But the main feature that I think everyone is really looking at and maybe shocked in the chat right now is a Tempo Forest, which has been picking up here and there. Particularly, I think in the Pro Leagues here and there, there's been some noise about it, and I think it's going to be really cool to see how it plays. Igni, do you know much about, Mirabane in this list? Things like Amataz, it feels like legendaries that a lot of people glossed over.
I think it's very interesting because we kind of theorized this use case from Mirabane before the set came out, where you can use it to pivot your entire deck's game plan if you run into an unfavorable matchup. And this Tempo Force is very aggressive, using Roach as a sort of topping off, finishing the coup de grace of the combo. But, against defensive decks that can heal a lot, and etc. and so forth, Mirabane might be the special hidden technology that keeps you in the game and not just blown out before the game even begins at the matchup screen, right? Sort of similar to the way that, what's his name? The Hanged Man was used back in the day in Shadowverse Classic as well.
Yeah. Good point.
All right, let's take a look at the other deck list here. On the other side, against Derpy Wisdom, it's going to be MS Yuri, who's, topped quite a few times over the years, and bringing 2 pretty tried and true stuff. Spellboost Runecraft, once again making an appearance. 3rd expansion in a row, being one of the top dogs here. The game plan is, as usual, getting that Kakaitis or the Kuon OTK out with a Dimension Climb on top. Now with the added benefit of having Gilnelis in the list to be able to have another nice pull from Climb to give you another angle of OTK. And then, of course, the Loot Sword, which, like you said, we didn't see a whole lot of last week, but there is more this week. Very interesting additions here. This is the Tablet of Tribulations build, as well as one of Kagemitsu. I feel like Loot Sword is one of the ones that has gone through the most iterations of, what is the right list. And people, I feel like, still haven't figured it out this late into the expansion, which is pretty exciting. And now we're trying out these wacky ratios. Will it work out? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, we're a bit over 2 weeks into the expansion, and, both these players have cooked different ideas from the card pool of the new set. There is, of course, Rage coming up next week as well, so if any of these players are coming down for that, there might be some hidden tech maybe they would have wanted to hide, or maybe it's going to be shown here, maybe a preview of what's going to happen in Rage next week as well. So I'm really curious to see how things are going to happen. Loot Sword, of course, as you said, keeps adapting, and we're going to see if it's going to work out for Yuri or not. Of course, Yuri's also representing Team Mana Surge, one of the big teams from original Shadowverse in terms of competition, and had quite a few tops in the SVOs from OG Shadowverse. I think 2 top 8s, 1 top 4, whereas Derpy Wisdom had over 4,000 wins with Bloodcraft in original Shadowverse, but choosing, has brought Abysscraft, so we'll see if that actually converts into Worlds Beyond. But with that, I think we're ready to get into this game, and let's take a look. Our first matchup will be Spellboost Rune from Yuri's side with, of course, the Abyss from Derpy Wisdom.
I gotta say also, shout out to Derpy Wisdom, one of the few regular streamers and content creators for Shadowverse back during Classic and even into Worlds Beyond as well. would love to see content creators putting up results in actual tournaments as well. It improves all our reputations when this happens instead of just being entertainers, just proving that we can put up numbers too. There you go. So shout outs Derpy there. All right, going into the mulligan here. Ooh, pretty weird hand from Yuri to start. All of the payoff, but none of the gas to get him there. Meanwhile, on Derpy Wisdom's side, I am interested in seeing how this Leia Bellringer is going to perform, because I don't believe that was in the list we saw last week, right? So lots of weird changes, like you mentioned on the deck list screen.
Yeah, I think, giving you the extra ability to dig into cards in your deck, I think is always, appreciated in any deck that needs these pieces. And I think Mode Abyss is 100% one of those decks where if you don't see your mode pieces and you can't get to mode 10 fast enough, you do just kind of fall behind to what your opponent wants to do. And especially when you're playing in Spell Boost, I feel like you're already kind of on a timer where if you don't really put down pressure and start to threaten lethal by turn 10, you might get taken out by, Kokaitis and Dimension Climb, right? And of course, that's the last thing you want. So Leia, while it doesn't necessarily add to the mode count, doesn't necessarily, work as an aggressive piece, it gives you a bit of that consistency boost, which I think is very much appreciated.
I think also as a defensive piece, an early game ward can help avoid some of the chip that actually might end up being more relevant than maybe even he anticipated because of, the tempo forest and, the aggressive swords that are in the top 8 right now. So, Leia preventing the early chip, maybe that'll make Roach not be able to hit over the top, or it'll make Albert not quite reach, right? So, interesting consideration. I hope to see if it'll actually work out.
100%. Here we're seeing a little consideration of what to go for here. I think, looping, Screaming and Loathing is always a solid way to make sure that you're constantly getting your modes. But at the same time here, I feel like going for the castle buff and just setting up a 4/4 that, unfortunately, the good part of this play is that if you're expecting a Anangrea, then that means that the Anangrea, like if she were to choose to evolve, the 3 damage wouldn't be enough, but then they do just kind of trade the summoning and pass without evolving. Whereas here, we do see that we're just going for maximizing the spell boost here, while also, generating a bunch of those onion patches, which will help to definitely try to count down these multiple climbs in the hand, right?
Well, also, he couldn't have gone for the draw mode of Castle there because he would have overdrawn, right? He's got kind of a lot of cards in hand, which is why he also hesitated to play the Screaming and Loathing. If you end up overdrawing a key piece like a Shamnasha or, one of your connecting pieces like Congregant, it's going to end up, really biting you in the end game. So while the Screaming and Loathing, the Leia, the Castle is really great early on to get that draw, Abyss kind of lacks that hand management of Fuse that Forest has in Garden's Allure. So it makes it kind of difficult. You kind of have to sometimes make awkward plays just to make sure you're not overdrawing something important in the next turn.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, hand management is one of the big points of this deck in general. And, you're basically having to both get your mode counts up as much as possible, but at the same time, as you said, not overdraw those key pieces. At 7 now, though, Screaming and Loathing, even if you just use it, I mean, you could technically go for Playpoint, Refund, Spell Search, and then Playpoint, Refund, Spell Search into a 2-drop. That gets you to 9. There's nothing. I mean, you could hit the castle, and that technically could get you to 10. But then you do risk overdrawing your Shamnaha that you're not holding yet.
Yeah. So in that case, do you maybe want to do the draw follower instead of all in on Screaming and Loathing cycle? Okay.
Ooh,
just having
to
play the guild just to get it out of hand so you don't overdraw Sham, which is kind of a shame because you just give a free target for an onion to boost for free, but not the worst thing in the world, I guess, but certainly not advantageous either.
The one good side of this is that because the Gilnelis doesn't have any attack stats, if they were to go for a Playpoint boost Kuon here, that would mean that they don't get the full Kuon out because the Onion Patch gets essentially board locked. So, but as we know, I mean, this could be just a fine board to go with Anangrea instead, and then save your extra play point for potentially turn 9 when you might want to bump into 10 for one of those, if you potentially find the Cocytus and your Dimension Climb gets low enough.
Yeah, that is definitely a relevant play in sub matchups. I think if you're playing Azudia, the winner of last week's, that would certainly be an option. But with Abyss, I kind of worry that you're going to have to clear the board eventually because you don't have a win button like Azudia does, right? So the board lock, while it can make your opponent's turns awkward, you are just going to have to eventually do something about it, I feel like, most of the time.
Now, I feel like they're probably debating between Leah Death Slash to take out the Anangrea versus Screaming and Loathing to try to search and get to the mode 10 count. So that play would use 3 play points. So I wonder if they're going to go for... Oh, looks like we are going to try to snipe first. Ooh, misses the mark.
Not quite what you wanted to hit there. In fact, that was maybe the worst one. Well, maybe you want to keep the onion up, so maybe that was the second worst outcome. But, obviously you wanted to take out those students over there, those pesky kids. Do you spend the Death Slash just to take out to pinpoint that 4/4? Maybe you do. Because, if you think about it, now that we're getting into turn 7 plus, right? The pinpoint not as useful against the Kuon wide board, and also not useful at all against the Noble either, so might as well just use the Death Slash now. And it did end up drawing Shamnasha, so it worked out.
Well, this is kind of awkward for Yuri, though, right? I mean, you have the potential, I guess, to still bring out your Kuon, but you definitely don't want to be bringing it out in this kind of situation. I guess you do see that your opponent's mode is at 9. They should be hitting 10 next turn. And then it comes down to, if they have Shamnaha, what else they're going to pair that play up with? Because, it could be Screaming and Loathing, going for a 3 pick, but instead just choosing to pay the 6 for the call.
Yeah, because I feel like playing Kuon there just felt too bad, in a lot of ways. Right?
Surely not.
Because you're just not getting any guys. But yeah, eventually Derpy is going to have to clear these guys, if not just to get the value off of the Mimis. So it was a temporary board lock, but it was still very annoying for Yuri for sure.
Ooh, and now the Norman picked up. That's very big in terms of the sustain in this matchup. Of course, we saw last week around the potential of, Cerberus when it comes to just getting that chip damage in on top of the storm damage that you get from this deck with, of course, the Rulanai coming up as well that we know is in the hand. And, of course, should be able to hit mode 10 next turn around. And then from there on, that's when the full power of this deck really starts to shine.
We are just seeing a Kuon here, a nice little bit of chip onto the enemy face. The only problem is you're also taking some damage here. And there's a certain threshold I feel like a lot of decks reach where if they just have enough tools to deal damage, eventually it turns out okay. And in fact, I believe Gin Yuzu for 4 clear heal 4 is the best play here. And then next turn you Shamnacha into Rulanai, right? That way,
I do
hit
think
10
that is
with this turn. Yeah.
I think that's
while
actually
healing
like
up
the
to
optimal
19
play here.
The only issue is that doing that, technically Runecraft can kill you from 20. So but again, you have the other Gin Yuzu if you are fearing an inevitable Kuon OTK for just the 4 wards, right? So, but that's also sort of the problem with fighting against Spell Boost, is that they have so many ways to achieve their game plan now. Not only just like multiple Kuons in a row, but also Kuon into Gilnelis, or Cocytus into Silent Rider, or Cocytus into Astaroths. So the amount of like play lines that Spell Boost has does make it difficult for a lot of decks to fully cover for all options.
That is absolutely true. We do see now, though, right before the 10 play point mark, we do have 2 0-cost dimension shifts. I do think it's fine to not play point boost here and just max out, because the entire thing with play point boosting into dimension climb is that you don't get to if you like boost, play Kuon, and then Dimension Climb, you are at 9 play points. So if you find another Kuon off of that, you don't get to actually maximize its potential. So I do think that this is a fine play. Gilnely's used pretty early. She's one of the closers in the deck, actually, that once both players are in 10 play points, gives you the token spell that deals 5 damage to enemy follower and to the enemy leader. But choosing not to go for that, and instead just use her to take out the board while still keeping that last Super Evolution point surely for that Kuon next turn.
I kind of like what Yuri did here, just making a board of these 3/3s with barrier, because it kind of makes the Shamnacha turn more awkward. The cleanest clear would have been the Ginyuzu, but you want to get the Shamnacha off. So you're just trying to make the opponent's plays feel less optimal. But I think that Cerberus coming down, it's just a great card, and it's definitely proving its worth past the first set, like into the third set. It's still one of the best cards in the entire class, as you can see here.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this, right? Already down to 6 defense here for Yuri, and at this point, this Gilnely's is not exactly healing for much, and you're gonna have to bank it basically on this Kuon. It is one of the best win cons in the deck, but it's all gonna come down to what we see off of this climb. Do we find the second Kuon? Do we find the extra damage that can push the lethal?
No.
We do not. But this looking smart can find one, and it does!
It finds the Kuon, but that's not enough to win here. And if you're not healing this turn, you are just going to die to an inevitable Rulenai Valneric like 10 damage swing. I think the Norman heal might be necessary. Is the Super Norman necessary though? I think it might be.
Looks like we're going for it.
And it is interesting because the Super in Runecraft is your only real manifestation of out-of-hand damage other than Silent Rider. So with this play, the Kuons no longer represent storm damage, they're just board builders. So Yuri needs to last long enough for not only this board to matter, but also for him to eventually land a Kakaida's win con. And I just don't see that happening now that the Shamnacha quest is fulfilled.
Yeah, I mean, just look at what happened just now, right? You dedicated an entire climb Kuon combo. You got yourself some heal, but one card takes care of that entire board while setting up a full board of threats at the same time, threatening lethal. And right now for Yuri, it's the question of, all right, well, you're out of evolve points. You do have a Dimension Climb in hand. And then your best bet is essentially going to be this William that can clear everything but the Gintetsu, but she will get cleared by the summoning. So you do get to enter the board. The question is now, time is starting to run a little bit low. How are we going to take care of the rest of this turn? I'm assuming we're going to just pass and then just kind of hope that they don't have the 10 damage.
Yeah, but this is, Rulenai Valneric. That's already 5 to the dome while clearing board.
That's the most important part. Summoning 2 things that can clear the board while also presenting 5 damage to face. This basically asks for another form of healing of any sort for the rune side. And this is going to be 7. It's not quite enough. Even with the evolve, that's only 9 damage.
Yes, but he put the sweetness into his hand. That's another 5 from hand. It's going to be hard for Yuri to heal out of range now.
Comes down to what Yuri wants to do. I think trying to draw into any forms of healing is pretty good, but the brew, drawing into another brew. Ooh, the climb picked up, but it is at full cost. We still have the 0 cost one in there. The brew, we're basically going to just keep on going through the brewskis here and see what it's going to find. I mean, just need some form of healing. Okay, teachings is good. We've got some healing.
That does take him out of range of sweetness, I suppose.
Yes, that's the important part. As long as you can heal 3.
All right.
We're safe from that.
What are we hoping for here?
Right,
Kakaitis, I assume. No dice, but the Norman actually kind of clutch here.
100% committing that. That is, the heal is so important, and it's all you need right now to survive. Only one Dimension Climb remains in deck. Only 10 cards left in deck, and the Cocytus should still be in there too.
Cocytus bottom 10, a little unfortunate. But let's take a look here. Derpy can clear pretty easily using the Congregant and the Sweetness, but the amount of healing that Yuri is doing is actually kind of putting a stop to a clean win from Derpy here. I think one angle could have been to not waste the Storm spell from the Rulenai Valnarek, because what you could do is actually save that for a second Rule Val. You know what I mean? So that you have two Stormers.
Exactly.
That means that the chip healing is less impactful. That was an option available.
Ooh, perfect target on that 3 damage too. But no, 100% agree. I think keeping the spells is really interesting because you can, you know, if you don't need to trade anything, you can even keep both. And then, you know, once you've got one more Rulenai Valnarek down, then you've got 2 ways to, or even just keeping one of the Storm spells, as you said, right? Once you get the second one down, you get both the spells into your hand, and then you basically summon 2 Rulenai Valnareks, give them both Storm, and that's 10 damage you're threatening, not including, you know, any evolution points that might contribute to that as well.
The issue is like when you do healing bit by, or when you do damage bit by bit, they can also just heal it off, and that's sort of the position we find ourselves in now. So I wonder if that was the line, right? To like hold that damage back to do a bigger swing on a later turn. But I also understand the perspective of Derpy here, where, you know, if he gives Yuri infinite time, the Cocytus is going to come out. So, you know, it's a hard decision to make, I think, either way. But definitely was a line perhaps worth considering.
Yeah, that climb that was drawn into was essentially fresh at the turn, but now you have 3 spell boosts from the Anangrea. The Demonic Call can be another 2. You could theoretically, I mean, the army is going to come down eventually, and that's going to most likely be costing 0 once it does. And then this could even be a world where you contribute the Gilnelis to this board and just generate the Sweetness of Veracity as a sort of threat of like, hey, I've got 5 damage in hand. You never know when that's going to be necessary. And then if they happen to forget about it because the climb sends it back, then that's also not exactly the worst part either.
I think the only issue is that if you commit this last climb, you don't have an explosive Cocytus turn. You're just playing a 10-10 body on that turn, which is just going to be outmoded. Oh, wait. Pun not intended, actually, but I didn't realize that actually does work. Yeah, but it would just be outmoded by, you know, the stuff mode's doing at that time if you sink the climb early. So I think Yuri's just like, where is my Cocytus, Mr. Cocytus? In the deck, not in the hand, unfortunately.
Screaming and Loathing hits what it wants, though. Definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big board too, of 12 million guys, all boosted up.
Yeah, those Congregants doing work, making sure that, you know, not just any storm damage will manage to hit the face, and still not finding the Cocytus. 7 cards remain in deck. How is this
like I said,
actually possible?
Yeah, and like I said, like if you sink the climb, then your Cocytus ends up being way less impactful too. So you're kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place kind of situation here if you're Yuri.
100%. Whoa! Committing it though.
There he is!
Cocytus.
But no climb means you're just landing a 10-10 and not dealing with this beefy 6-6. It's gonna wait on it.
Yeah, there's no time to play it. You're at 11 defense, and you know that they have the Sweetness in hand, so that's at least 5. And then if you don't clear the board, well, that's gonna add up, right? Rulenai Valnarek, that is the second one we've seen now.
Although, there is a world there, Derpy. No, because if you just land the Cocytus here, you just take a bajillion damage to the dome. I don't see how you can get out of this situation. Because all 3 climbs have been expended, the Cocytus is sort of dead in hand in a lot of ways.
This might just be a move to the next game kind of situation. Only 3 cards remain in the deck for Yuri, and I think he's going to try to just draw through them. Still going to be left with
Sage
one
Light is
more.
Interesting.
It does actually clear a lot with that AoE, actually.
Sage Light plus Call, run the...
Gilnily is actually cleared this.
And the Gil, yeah. Goodness gracious. One card left in deck for Yuri. You're gonna have to put that Cocytus down eventually. The only mistake Derpy could make here is to not put pressure on Yuri this turn. If Yuri actually finds an opportunity to play Cocytus, it actually could still be his game. But as long as Yuri doesn't give him that out... Sorry, as long as Derpy doesn't give Yuri that out, I think this might be curtains. Let's take a look at what Derpy's move is this turn.
We can get
I just realized the Shamnacha is active for the second time.
Triple modes.
That's
this is huge because this board is going to be so annoying now with the triple congregant.
Goodness gracious.
You get a full clear. The only problem is that there is no closure in this hand right now. We are literally one off from winning the game because Rule and I plus, like, you'd have to commit the Sweetness of Veracity at some point and then use the Rule at another point. So now that basically gave time to put down the Cocytus, but it doesn't matter because there's enough damage on the board for Derpy Wisdom. And despite the fact that we finally hit the Cocytus, Derpy Wisdom takes game 1 with Abyss.
Well, Yuri didn't really have a choice there. If he didn't play Cocytus that turn, he would have decked out immediately. But Derpy had the wherewithal to know that as long as he kept pressuring and didn't give an opportunity for the Cocytus to be played, because he saw the 3 climbs expended, I think it was kind of a checkmate scenario at that point, and Derpy had that in the bag. But honestly, a little unfortunate for Yuri there. A lot of the key cards at the bottom, and also, to be fair, Derpy also played around him very well, board locking him a couple of turns with the onions, making the Kuons much less impactful and way less like tempo heavy, giving Mode the time to build up the resources to be able to deal with every board that happened from then on. So very well played.
Yep, 100%. So we're now gonna have to see Derpy Wisdom bring that interesting tempo forest that we've been both looking forward to seeing in action. It is not just your typical roach. You can go back in the VOD, by the way, and check out the list. We featured them just before we got into this top 8 match. And of course, if you're enjoying the show, let your friends know that SVO is happening. Share the stream around, on socials with your close friends and your family, because we're about to have a pretty interesting deck featured here. I'm curious what Yuri is gonna queue into this. I feel like we're probably gonna just run it back with a spell boost because it feels like you should have a generally good matchup into slower decks in particular. And technically, Tempo Forest is not necessarily slower in that sense. It doesn't have the same burst potential of a typical Roach list, but it does chip you down a lot more because it's running specific cards like the Amatas that can just kind of like curve out a whole bunch of stats, the Arya giving Storm to your fairies at the same time, but then you also have some long game tools like the Titania that can really help to contribute, and of course the Mirrorbane that we talked about at the beginning too.
I wonder, I feel like Forest in general has a pretty good matchup against Rune these days, so I wonder if Yuri is just going to queue the sword, try to get a W, and then like rally and try to do that harder matchup later. But to be honest, like you have to win with both decks anyway, right? So maybe just rip the Band-Aid off, save everybody some time if you are just going to do the harder matchup first. It kind of depends.
Yeah,
this is where it gets a little interesting because it also depends a little bit on, the mental of the players, right? Like how they're going to be tackling the situation. And that's where the human element of tournaments like this come into play. Very easy to rewatch the VOD and be like a stockfish bot and like point out all the optimal lines, right? But in the heat of the moment, in the nerves of the competition, the mental actually does end up making or breaking the difference a lot of the time, and that's to me anyway, sometimes the most entertaining part. So
100%. Yeah, definitely, especially, the good thing is that these players did have a little bit of a break from the rounds of Swiss and the playoffs from yesterday. And of course, we have people from different time zones playing today as well. Derpy Wisdom, of course, is from the US, and it's a pretty rough time zone, I would say, to be playing from the US right now.
A little bit.
Depending on which time zone you're in, I think he responded to me when I was asking some questions. They are from the EST time zone, so over on the East Coast. So, you know, they do wake up a little bit earlier, I guess, in that sense. So, but it's still pretty tough having to wake up this early and play, you know, some of the hardest games of your life on tournament, on stream, at the same time. Yuri, on the other hand, is from Indonesia, and so I do think the Europe time zone is pretty decent for people in Asia in general, because you're basically playing a tournament in the evening. So, you know, as long as you're not a super early sleeper, you should be fine. And I'm assuming, you know, quite a good number of people that, you know, are grinding away games, practicing, tend to also lab with people that stay up pretty late. So this time zone might actually be a pretty good buff for people from the SAO time zones too. And it looks like we are ready with our next match. We had a bit of a technical issue. There was a bit of a kung fu jump scare earlier, but looks like we're now back. And we're going into the middle of the game. Derpy Wisdom looks like they went second, whereas Yuri went first with a spell boost. So this is turn 5. And we have seen quite a lot of chip damage happen so far with, of course, you know, 11 defense remaining for Yuri. We're now on turn 6 of after an Anangrea was put down, I think. So for the record, for the viewers watching, we also have seen as much of this game as you guys have. So let's see where this goes. The hand for Derpy Wisdom, though, looks a little bit suspect.
I will say that, you know, as I kind of predicted, I guess, Yuri is just going to queue it back up with the boost in the end, because you have to win with both decks anyway. But I mean, look at the amount of damage that Derpy has already laid down onto Yuri at this stage, turn 5 of the game. Like, that's the power of Tempo Forest. The only issue is that he's got a lot of roaches in hand, but none of the actual gas to make the roaches actually menacing. And I think if we go into a later turn and Yuri finds a Norman, this is still anybody's game, right?
Yeah. This is going to be interesting. I mean, you do have some forms of healing in that hand with the Sage Lights, but well, let's see if Derpy's going to give a chance to play those. We do see the Cynthia in the hand. Cynthia's, of course, a very important tool in this deck as well, giving you 2 fairies that are summoned directly on the board, and then on evolve, buffing all of your pixies at the same time. And then gonna just play out the roach
7
here
damage.
for 7 damage to face. And I'm assuming just basically trade off the Burgent, and then, you know, essentially just have game on board potentially next turn if there's not a bunch of healing coming out.
And it's pretty spooky, right? Because if you end up Sage Lighting here, you don't clear. So I think the Gilnelise is necessary for the heal 5. And this is why Gilnelise is just running every deck, basically, because of the flexibility of it. Letting you clear and heal and late game get a damaging spell. This plus a Sage Light is going to put the Yuri out of range. And now suddenly what will look like a really dominant position for Derpy suddenly is falling apart.
Yeah, this is where, you know, would have been really nice to see something like the Mirabane come off the top there. You know, just kind of play it out, get the great testimony that gives you pinpoint destruction, super evil your Mirabane, that gives you the, you know, the draw power basically that this deck desperately needs right now. Even if it means drawing into cards that are not related to the archetype.
Pivot the entire game plan, right? That's sort of why it's in the deck in the first place. But you see the power of Gilnelise there. That's the one, one card just turned this entire match around. And I wish we could have seen a little bit of the early game to see like how many resources Derpy committed there. Because I would have loved to know. Because it looks like he committed a lot, and now he doesn't really have any gas in the tank. Oh, that feels bad.
This does feel like this might be a go next situation for Derpy. Try to run it back with the Temple Forest. I mean, looks like had a lot of early aggression, but the gas ran out, as you said, and unfortunately just not able to follow up with what is necessary for this deck, right?
It's tough too, right? Because Derpy couldn't have used the evolve on the Cynthia there because Mirabane actually requires an evolve to replace your deck. So if he is going to pivot, he has to actually not use that last super, which means that his flexibility on answering what's happening on the rune side now is harder. Like, how are you going to deal with this? And I think this might just be a top left. couldn't find the momentum, you know? Like, I feel like if you can get the momentum against Rune in the early game, you can end up winning with the Roach before, you know, the Sage Lights and the Normans become as big a problem. But that Gilnalese, big deal. And it's going to be a soft concede here, basically.
Yep. Essentially just saying, hey, I mean, you got 9 damage on this board. Show me if you got more. And I mean, at the end of the day, right, this is basically going to be, you know, healing up a bunch, playing out big stat sticks. And if there's no miracle off the top here, and there definitely is not, it does look like Yuri is going to just take this and take us into a Game 3 for the first of the quarterfinal sets.
Yeah, that was a very fast game. I feel like Derpy was trying to go, like, put the pedal to the metal there, but without the draw power, without the momentum, ended up getting stalled. Just because heal has Rune has so much more healing. I almost said heal had so much more runing. I guess that's also true.
We're making new archetypes, new classes out here on Shadowverse Open.
You just end up getting stalled by, you know, the Gilnalese, the Norman, the Sage Lights to a lesser extent, but now now it feels unrecoverable. I mean, especially now you just make the 13-13 go face. So.
Yeah, exactly. Kuon is going to take it. As long as you manage to last until turn 10 with this deck, you're going to be fine, and Yuri is showing us exactly what it takes. Managing to even out the set 1-1 against Derpy Wisdom and taking us to a Game 3. This time we're going to get to see Yuri's Loot Sword.
Yeah. Right. How is that going to go? I'll be honest with you, Chris. I have not fought nor played Tempo Forest very much this set. So to be clear, a lot of the matchups are kind of a mystery to me regarding this one.
Same. Like, everyone's on Roach, right?
Yeah. Oh, we do see a Sincero off the dome. Do we? Yeah. Okay. Nice mulligan.
Okay. Yuri's loved by Sincero.
I will say, though, Derpy, not a bad start. He can just land the Fairy Tamer next turn. If Yuri does take out this this Fairy of the Water, you just get a bigger Amataz in a lot of ways. And now he has the Mierbane if he does need to pivot at any point in the game. Pretty funny.
Ooh. All right, it's looking to be pretty exciting, and I'm glad we can watch it from the very beginning this time around as well. So this would be pretty cool to see Amataz can become a 5-5 with Ward next turn, which I think is going to be a pretty big threat. I wonder if you hold on to that. I mean, going first, I feel like holding on to it for too long doesn't really make as much sense. But if you play it out next turn, then that does come down before the evolve turn for a sword, which means that I don't think they're going to have too many ways to take out a 5-5. There are ways technically, but let me check if... Yep, okay, Valse is in this list. All right, Valse is one of the ways that you can technically take out the 5-5, but we'll see. Is that going to be the choice for Derpy Wisdom first and foremost?
I think the Amataz loses so much value the longer you wait, because eventually you're going to have to use the fairies to trade, and then the Amataz gets less big, and then the Amataz is so conditional too, because not only do you need the fairies to give him the stat, but you also need the fairies to give him the damaging, like, evolve effect, right? And fortunately, the Amataz, or sorry, the Valse was not seen, so Yuri does actually have to commit a lot of resources just to clearing one bald man. That was definitely a gamble, though, because if the Valse was there, that would have been pretty dire, honestly.
Yeah, right. Okay, going second turn for no Zirconia. Of course, that is one of the strongest plays you can possibly do with Sword, but I don't think that Yuri's going to necessarily be in trouble here either, as you have the Congregant of Usurpation that will give you essentially a full board clear here, just from fusing. It's like, I mean, you'll have to commit the Evolve if you want to do a full clear. That will give you back 1 play point as well. And then at the same time, you can use that 1 play point to play your last loot card, or you can just trade without necessarily playing it, and that does give you the full board clear as well.
I don't think that he could have played the boots there, because he did a split fuse on 2 copies of Sincero. It's actually going to be pretty hard for either of these Sinceros to deal more than they currently are, right? Because right now they're only at 1 AoE, And he has no other loot generators in hand at the moment. It's actually kind of dire. I think he needs to find Lair or Octress or something to bridge this hand from the mid game to the late game. Because if not, he might just have to Albert face next turn. He did get the Lair, not bad. But
that's good. That's
still
good.
kind of rough.
Yeah, you can't answer this board, which is the worst part. You're basically left waiting another turn here. And this is definitely not the kind of deck where you can just afford to wait a turn. But the thing is that your best play here is essentially Albert Evolve Trade, which is the last thing you want to be doing with your Albert, right?
Yeah, that feels very bad. Especially because his list is kind of Evolve dependent, right? Like, not only does the Sincero need the super, but the one of Kagemitsu does too. And then the Octress needs an Evolve to get the loot out of her. So, spending that just to clear a Bale really is not what you want to be doing. But if you leave this board up, you do leave yourself open to just dying to a Roach next turn or the turn after. Of course, Derpy Wisdom doesn't have that in hand right now. Instead, he has 2 Miera Banes. But, you know, Yuri doesn't know that.
That is true. Oh, we're not evolving. We're just going to trade a 2-2. But leaving 5 damage on board is equally as threatening, I would say. And the Cynthia gets picked up off the top at the same time. She's going to be really, really big here, I think. Just because you theoretically could even just use her, put her down, evolve, and then you do have, you know, essentially 6 damage that can go face while trading the board. And then you're not necessarily overcommitting from hand either, so you can really just hold on to the Mirror Bin until you really need that extra gas.
Not only that, but like making a board of 2/2s here is fine. Like, you can kind of force out a Sincero and you're like, okay, their damage ceiling is now lower, right? After seeing one Sincero spent like that. Like, just forcing him out to clear the fairy board. Genuinely not a terrible idea. Interesting. Going to trade the fairies and maybe evolve Bale instead for even more face? That is technically 1 more damage compared to evolving the Cynthia.
It also leaves the threat of Cynthia on the board in that sense that if you choose to not commit the Sincero here and not take her out, she can evolve face while buffing a board of fairies at the same time. So I feel like you're forced to do the Sincero here. You could even, I mean, hypothetically, play point boost for the Lair, but I don't think you necessarily need to, because a double fuse Sincero is going to be doing a total of 4 damage AoE with the Super Evolve included, and then that just means that you can trade with the Sincero over the Bale to make sure that the whole board is cleared, and then that way you can have a full power Sincero for next turn, and then hopefully the follow-up of Odin is enough to finish things off after that.
I'm not sure if it is. I think, does he have to play the Lair to... Interesting, okay. I think getting a 3 fuse on both Sinceros is probably the best you can hope for right now. Oh, he's going for a 4 right away!
Okay, so this is one thing that I consider with this deck a lot of times too, when you have this option to go for the 2 Sinceros, where you can go for a weaker one and it has already cleared the board in a sense, right? So you've already ensured that, you know, the board would have been fine even with less fusing. And then, you know, if you're then presented with a taller wide board the next turn, then maybe holding on to that extra Sincero would have worked out a little bit better. Instead here, we do see the full commit, and now the Mirror Bane has come down, and we're going to see a lot of draw power for this deck suddenly go online.
The only problem is that you get a hand of random nonsense every turn. So we have to see if he gets anything useful for the situation at hand. That being said, he has already chipped Yuri down to 13, as long as he can find some damage to top off. But I'm a little concerned. The amount of healing that he has is also a little limited.
It's okay. Supplicant is here. We have damage spells. The Devastating Soprano is going to give us some healing too, I guess.
That's true. We got the egg. We
got
the Lashana egg.
Yo, combo 3 mentioned. Let's go.
What is happening? And then we just toss his hand away.
You know, the best part is that this is going to be the grand debut of Galmew in the Worlds Beyond SVO. That's what it took, the Mirabane deck.
Well, you don't know that. It might just get tossed away, my friend, unfortunately.
No!
You know, in a lot of ways, the repos cards are the best thing you can get out of the Mirabane deck, because they're all controlling, and when you are a Mirabane, you're just trying to live till you deck out anyway. So, most of the time, you are just hoping for the repos cards, and we see the Congregate in hand now. You can just take out its Hall threat next turn. Not bad. The only problem is that you're at 7 defense, which is a little scary, and eventually,
just a little bit.
You know, you would hope that the Sincero would be able to come online. Ah, just Zirconia here with the last super. Make a wide board that they hopefully can't clear.
All right, let's see what's next. I'm really so for those of you that are watching a Mirabane deck play out for the very first time, first things first, welcome to SVO. But what basically happens with Mirabane is that when you evolve him, he gives you his crest, which replaces your deck with the Mirabane deck, which is a deck that contains one of every single card from the Heirs of the Omen expansion, except for Mirabane himself, right? And the other important part is that at the bottom one of a Shadowverse deck normally is what is called the Reaper card. And once you hit the Reaper card, you lose the game, right? Once you draw a card after drawing all your cards, you normally lose, but Mirabane changes your Reaper card into a victory card, which means that once you draw that last card, you win the game automatically. And you see quite the gathering of figures in this hand. Crit for big damage, potentially with that last Super Evolve, as well as Ryo also in that hand too. There's actually 2 Ryo players in the SVO, not in the top 8, but just in the entire tournament this time around, which I think is also very exciting.
And you know that Ryo does reduce the rest of the deck. So I think the Ryo has to come down.
Ryo's world debut.
Airsats! And now the rest of the deck is so much cheaper. And look at that. That Himika is going to buy him another turn too.
Oh my god. This is actually happening. We're going to see it. 48 cards remain in that deck. Every single turn, the Mirabane Crest effect discards everything in your hand that isn't the card named Great Testimony and draws you 6 fresh new cards. So that's why you see, you know, the hand constantly getting shifted in and out. But now that everything is discounted, you're actually going to be able to play out the majority of this hand instead of just being forced to play 1 or 2 cards per turn, as we've seen from the last few turns.
I'll also say, just to be clear, people who aren't aware of Mirabane, he replaces your deck with 1x every card in the set except for himself. Like the Heirs of the Omen set. So it is kind of just like random nonsense go, but there are some natural synergies that you can accomplish crossing over classes, essentially. So if this actually pops up, we might have and this is the first set of the tournament, by the way, can I just say?
Yeah, right? I can't believe what we're seeing. What's crazy is that you can play the tablet down that gives you extra card draw for the rest of this game. Yep, just gonna do it.
Yeah. And the Supplicant's gonna heal him too.
This is so big. Look at all these crests.
And now the board is locked. Yuri can't even do anything this turn. That Himika being an MVP here for sure.
I shall return what's yours.
The only downside here is that, of course, for Derpy Wisdom, the board is also very much locked right now as well. So if you do draw into something that you would have liked to use, you're going to need something that self-destructs in order to be able to play it out. So, especially with all these crests that are on the board, there's still 1 evolve point remaining, which means that theoretically, Marwin could actually see play here.
A little surprised he didn't check the tablet there, but maybe he's like, I actually need the cards in order to win, so... But, you know, every turn he doesn't attack, that's another ward on board that Yuri's going to have to deal with.
I love this game.
This is going to see a...
I can't believe what we're seeing right now. It's working out. Turn 13. What do we have coming through? All right, some disdain cards.
Blinding Faith draws a bunch of cards.
The healing
That's
continues
another heal.
as well. Oh my god. It's insane. There's still the tablet draw remaining. All right, that's the devotee. At this point, you're essentially just board locking yourself. Leash and picked up not exactly the best of finds
Albert
here.
doesn't even get over the 0-4s. It's
No, it
just
doesn't clear
enough stat
anything.
I feel like Yuri might have
I
been
can't believe
checkmated
we're
here,
seeing
unfortunately.
this is the grand debut of the Mirabane deck. Dude, what is Galvio bottom 20, dude? What's happening?
Even if he gets the Galmi, I don't even think he needs to play it. He just wins normally.
Hey man, that's
although
5 storm damage.
Galmi
Well, actually, it would be
plus
lethal.
Apostle. Yeah.
It would be lethal.
Especially if he had the Apostle of Veracity or something to buff the Galmi even more. That'd be hilarious. But yeah, this is pretty tough. Death by slowly bleeding out, I would say, is what this is characterized by.
All right, what do we draw off the top here? Gildelise. Oh, not going to be able to play her. The 5 damage would be so appreciated right now.
The Greatness Ascended also draws and recovers play points if your deck doesn't have any duplicates. And the Mirabane deck doesn't have duplicates just naturally. So just by doing that, he's once again cycled through the deck. And the Himika is locking again because the crest is still in play.
We're down to 12 cards in the deck. The other crazy part is that he was considering actually going for the Evolve on the Supplicant there, which would have been 7 damage and would have board clear, but would have been 1 off. So if there was 1 more damage available, that would have actually been lethal last turn. But, you know, choosing to keep that Evolve point in case we draw into something really, really important down the line. Whereas Yuri here is just essentially stuck in the think tank. You can clear this board, trade into, you know, both. I guess you could have traded into the 0 attack followers and then use the spell to take out the follower with attack stats.
That's true, but also I don't think it matters. That's lethal.
This is lethal! Galvio lethal!
Yep.
It's happening! It's actually happening! I called it all the way from the top, baby! Galvio Ardor Manifest is taking the game and taking Derpy Wisdom to the top 4.
So, you know, when people ask me what is tempo for his win condition, I'll just say Galmu, I guess. That's
Number
the
one
way.
Galmu fan is very happy to see Galmu actually contribute to a win in SVO.
Goodness gracious. I mean, that was the first set of the day, by the way. So if that is an omen of what is to come, and we're in for a long one today. I'll tell you that much.
No way.
Let's take a look at the bracket. Derpy Wisdom, congratulations for making it to the top 4. Our next quarterfinals is going to be Alahan Pro versus Chino Lily. And can I just say, Alahan Pro, I believe, is also playing Tempo Forest with Mirabane. In fact, why don't we take a look at the deck list now if we have them before we get into this next quarterfinals. Because after that one, I'm just fiending for more, to be honest with you. I want to see what is going on in this tournament, right? So we'll get the deck list up shortly in a second. I believe they're just about ready now. Let's take a look at what they're playing. Do you have any fun facts about Alahan Pro in the meantime, by the way? I believe did you reach out to them?
Yeah, so Alahan Pro, as you can see, is also bringing Tempo Forest, as you mentioned, together with Emote Abyss. Same lineup as Derpy Wisdom, but Alahan Pro has been playing since the original Shadowverse and is trying to use this chance of Worlds Beyond coming out to try to go pro with the game, actually, which I think is very, very exciting. And, you know, a lineup that we can see was very, very effective in the first top 8 match. And I'm curious to see if it's going to work out for Alahan Pro as well. I mean, that Temple Forest is really looking to be quite real. And I'm curious to see how that's going to work out. Some differences in ratios, though, for that Mode Abyss list to include that Vuel, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, Vela is a really great card in the early game. And with the amount of, there's a little more aggression on ladder, I would say, and the Vuela does help clear with that. It also has potential to supplement your damage output, right? Because it buffs your supers by +2 attack, plus yourself. You get that alongside a Rulanai or another Stormmaker, and suddenly it becomes kind of scary. So honestly, I kind of get it.
Yep, definitely big fan. Curious to see, of course, what is Shino Lily bringing on the opposing side here in order to see what kind of decks she has. Of course, we know that from the lineup, she should be bringing...
I believe the photo is wrong here. That is Yuri once again.
Yep, that is Yuri back again. But we do have the deck lists, I think, also are not updated either. This is essentially only the name of the deck is updated, but it is indeed Crest Haven and Spellboost Rune, so the top side is correct. And she is bringing Crest Haven with a pretty... I think we'll get the deck lists up for you guys very, very soon. There's some interesting...
We're just shuffling it.
Well. yeah, we're just gonna shuffle it in. We're just gonna draw. We gotta draw the Crest Haven deck list here. It's coming up. Don't worry about it. But it's quite interesting because some of the players that I contacted, they did tell me, their favorite classes or their favorite cards from old Shadowverse. And Lily actually said that she really likes Sekka, which is a really, really popular card from Forestcraft that is not in World Beyond just yet. But what's interesting is that she's playing against the player that's bringing Forest. She's not bringing Forest herself. So there's actually a couple people that mentioned they really like Sekka. And I don't know if you remember, we attended this event together, Igni, last year, where they basically did like the crowning of the most popular like cards of each class from original Shadowverse do you remember the event in Akihabara? And I think wasn't Sekka like one of the most popular ones, I think, in total from all of Shadowverse?
I mean, does that really surprise you though? She's like a fan favorite just across the game, in the class and outside of the class. She had a really impactful story in the Velsar arc as well, so it's not just on visuals, right? People actually got to know her and all that, so it does not surprise me. And the Velsar arc was pretty cool. A lot of time loop shenanigans. So guys, if you haven't played Shadowverse Classic, I would say it's actually worth playing just for the story alone. Obviously, the multiplayer has all kind of moved forward to Worlds Beyond, but the story is still there. You can still play like 9 years worth of Shadowverse story.
Even the multiplayer, though, like I have a friend, IRL actually, who every single month the throwback rotation changes, right? And if you get Grandmaster in throwback rotation, you get the silver colored sleeves of that expansion, and the threshold is quite low. You just need to get 5,000 points, I think, to get Grandmaster now, which is usually, I think, I've been watching my friend do it, and he's been able to do it in like 2-3 days, I feel like, basically every single month. So if you just want to have cool sleeves in Worlds Beyond, if you've linked your account from base Shadowverse, that will actually carry over, which is really, really nice. So, I'm kind of just waiting for some of the sets that I didn't get Grandmaster in, where I really like the design, like the first Omen set. I was still a scrub back then, and I wasn't even master.
Wonderland Dreams.
Ooh, yeah, you can get Wonderland Dreams too. All right, so Lily, here we have Spellboost Rune that we mentioned earlier. A pretty heavy mix of the Earthright cards that we've been seeing is quite the trend from before. And then Crest Haven here, the 2 count of Jean that I feel like has been going up over time, together with the Kokaitis to give a bit of that extra finishing power to the deck. Igni, what do we think about these lists?
I think Crest Haven definitely proved it was one of the dominant decks last week. I will say the Flames of Chaos and the Spell Boost is interesting. Might be able to shore up the Loot Sword matchup even more. But otherwise, honestly, pretty standard. And I think definitely 2 of the favorites regarding competitive play in terms of like 2-deck lineup. That being said, things are still in flux. We'll see if this remains the favorite or if Tempo Forest is the new hotness, right? After this week.
100%. This is going to be really cool to watch, and we're ready to get into game 1 here already. We have Lily, China Lily versus Alejandro. we're going to see the starting lineups here between, of course, the Spell Boost Rune against the Modibus for Game 1.
All right, going into it here, which is New Brew right off the top, not bad. For the mode, the castle is the most important thing you could have in the early game. I think the Devotee, not necessarily, right? At most, you just make a 3/3 guy. He's actually going to full keep, I see.
It's not bad, because you can go Castle for the draw, then Devotee buff, Castle buff. It does present a bit of stats before they get to land their Anangarea. So then you're essentially forcing them to have the Stormy Blast, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going to go for, too. Meanwhile, on Lily's hand, a lot of the big boosters... Oh, did get the Anangrea that might have just saved the entire scenario. The Apprentice Astrologer probably just going to toss away the army, I would assume. Or the Gilnelys. Probably the Gilnelys, right? Because you have the ANG to boost the rest of your hand here. It is going to be the army in the end.
Either or, right? Looks like the army was the choice. And now, we get to see what's going to be the turn 3 play. You do have both Screaming and Loathing and the Devotee as options. But looks like Devotee presenting stats as a threat is going to be the choice instead. And I definitely agree with it. There's nothing...
The army.
Oh, well, that was definitely a one turn of a delay for the army there. Didn't miss out on any important spell boost, at least.
I think we're going to see a extra play point into ANG next turn, pretty much no matter what. The hand is sort of primed for that.
I agree.
But Alejandro has to ask is, do I care about these 2/2s enough to spend one of my modes of Screaming and Loathing? And I think you do.
Ooh, and going for full card draw here instead of trying to play fancy with the buffs. Because, of course, it doesn't really matter if they have the Anangrea because they can just trade the summoning in. The only question becomes that if they don't have the Anangrea, if they weren't able to answer it, that could have been some big snowballing pressure potentially for Alejandro. So chose not to go for it. Instead, choosing to commit the Evolve to the Apprentice here to push on the aggression from the spell boost side.
It's a bit of a spicy play because if you're pushing the damage as the spell boost and you're forcing the mode to choose the heal option from Supplicant, for example, instead of the damage option, you do actually reduce, their amount of sustain in that way. So I kind of dig it. I think that was an interesting line. Unfortunate. The Screaming and Loathing hit the summoning there, which is the one that was going to go away anyway. So a little unlucky, but you can just make a big Devotee here to trade over the ANG anyway. Problem is, that Astrologer is sticking. That represents another 4 to the dome.
Definitely not what we expected to happen, but looks like things are working out quite well. You've got ways to clear the board, you've got lots of snowballing damage here at the same time, and the longer this Devotee sticks around, the Apprentice sticks around, you'll be able to continue snowballing, potentially with the Gilnelys buff even, because that's going to get, from 4 damage to 6 damage, and basically now asking Alejandro to trade over it, otherwise they're going to start to get out of hand. 10 defense is not a comfortable spot against Kuon, because all it takes is a regular Kuon Super Evolve on 10 play points to win the game, and so, basically the goal is within sight now for Lily.
This is already pretty backbreaking. Just an extra play point into a Kuon on turn 6. That represents 5 more damage here. Your defense total is looking really low. And if you want to heal, like I said earlier, you want to heal with Genyuzu because your Shamnacha's not up yet. That's an opportunity cost there. Same with the Supplicant, right? Now suddenly you're kind of in a rock and a hard place kind of situation.
This is really tough because you're also going to be essentially forced to use your extra play points, not your extra play points, sorry, your last Super Evolve point next turn for the Cerberus, for the potential, not even for the burn damage, I think, likely just to loop the heal from the Kokomimi And that's not exactly what you want to be doing with this deck. Usually you're the one presenting the threat, you're the one presenting the pressure, but here it's looking like a defensive Cerberus, and then try to last until the Ginyuzu, which means that you don't have any time to play the Shamnaha either.
That's lethal.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yes, Stormy Blast is going to clear out together with the Call, and the Gilnelis here in 5 damage can go to face to take the first game for China Lily.
I think we gotta admit, against everybody's expectations, Apprentice Astrologer MVP that game. That was crazy. How did that thing live for that long?
It's not even played sometimes in some of these lists. It's a one-of.
Yeah. And I also want to say, if people were in chat were confused there, why did the Reapers / not destroy the Congregant? When it's super evolved and it's on your turn, it's actually immune to destroy effects. So that's one of the fun interactions that Abyss can have there. But it didn't end up mattering because the Apprentice sweep is all I can say about that game.
Well, we're going to get to see another attempt by Alejandro with the Modabyss, this time into the Crest Haven, choosing to throw everything except for Serene Sanctuary, because that can help you draw into the Marwyn. We see Chino Lily is just in a good mood there, always doing a little dance on the side.
And now I'll be in a good mood too if I saw
a pretty rough opening hand for
Marwyn
Alejandro. Uh-oh.
Oh, adjusting the camera there. Hold up.
Yep. Adjust the camera, and then you have your Serene Sanctuary. That's going to be the play for this turn. I mean, basically next turn as well, you can just count it down. Turn 3, set up the Grimnir. It's also a very important thing for Crest Haven. I'm sure everyone that's played this deck already knows this, but the order in which you obtain the crests will determine the order in which the effects resolve. So if you play Marwyn before playing Grimnir, that will basically kind of defeat the purpose of Grimnir, because the whole point of Grimnir is that you really want to get his crest immediately, so that if you super evolve, the AoE damage to the board happens first before the Marwyn ping happens. So that way you get to clear out the board, and then some damage can go face, because if it's the other way around, then you end up with Marwyn pinging something on the board and then AoE damage happening from the Grimnir crest. So this is really the optimal play order, and it just kind of works out for, of course, China Lily. But now we see, of course, one of the weaknesses of the deck is that going first, you don't get to evolve and you don't get to set up the Marwyn, and instead we're going to see this very aggressive start from Alejandro with the double Supplicant.
Yeah, that was a really great couple turns. I mean, Alejandro's hand is looking great in general, right? He's already secured the Shamnacha, he secured the Congregants. 10 mode is all but assured. The only problem is you have, and with the Congregant too, after the mode proc, I don't think Marwyn's ever hitting face once that board comes down, right? Because that's a big beefy board of Congregants that all buff each other up at some point. But then again, you have to remember that Haven has access to some of the best clear in the game, right? So I don't know. How do you usually feel about, you know, mode versus crest? I think it's honestly kind of even, and it depends on the hand quality most of the time.
Yeah, I do feel like there are certain checkpoints that need to be hit on the Haven side. First things first, of course, is the Marwyn, and I do think we managed to hit the Marwyn here at a very good timing. And now you're going to start being able to do 4 damage. The only thing is that once this game starts to go long, you do have so much, not just clear, but also sustain from the Modabyss side, right? The Ginyuzu, you can also, you know, pop a Gilnelis if you ever need to for the emergency heal 5. But now, as you can see, I mean, these stats are going to continue to get bigger and bigger, and the Congregant, of course, is going to be contributing quite a lot to make sure that no damage gets to hit the face. And the only downside, of course, is the Banish spell is still in the hand here for China Lily, and praying to hit the 9/9 here.
Oh!
Not quite. And now what?
Unfortunately. Yeah, and I mean, also with Alejandro, right? You make this board of 2 tall guys. Even if they have the Tarnished Grail, That's fine. You baited out the Grail just for 2 dudes. And then you, later on, have even more where that came from, right? So I think either way, this is a winning play.
It's driving me insane.
That's one of the interactions that you have to keep in mind regarding Crest Haven. If your crest zone is full with 5 crests, and you play Maddening Benison, you do not get the detrimental crest downside from the Benison. Shamnasha is active, meaning that this congregant can choose even more modes. Goodness gracious.
Look at what's happening here, though. I mean, just the fact that you can choose the unevolved one to buff the one that can go face into, of course, getting your Shamnaha down, and then, I mean, 13 damage just hit, and there is no way to full clear this board. We're missing the Unholy Vessel here. Jean no longer reaches in terms of board clear either.
I keep calling it the wrong name because in Shadowverse Classic there was also a gold card that is a cup with purple miasma flowing out of it. And it's like, why are they so similar? But yes, you are correct. It is called the Unholy Vessel.
No, I feel you, dude. Oh, but this is actually it. Gilnely's buff evolved. Yep. Gilnely's buff, and we're gonna see the just play double Gilnely. That also works too.
That's a big congregant. And I mean, I kind of lampshaded that from the beginning. It just looked like Alejandro had the perfect hand from the start to the end of that game. I saw the Supplicants and the Congregants and the Shamnasha in hand, and I'm like, okay, wrap it up. Yeah. That's the textbook mode, right? That's exactly the ideal of what you want to be doing. When that kind of, scenario happens at a high-stakes competition, you've got to be feeling good about your choices.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong showing from Alejandro, managing to lock in that second game. And now it's time to see the Temple Forest again. This is the second player that is bringing it into this top 8. And now we get to see if we'll actually have a Temple Forest finals or not. And I honestly think... that? Not finals, sorry, semifinals. Sorry, what?
I was just going to say, did you notice that Alejandro hard mulliganed for the Miera Bane there? Knowing that the aggression would never work in this matchup? That's why the pivot is so important. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. I thought that was humorous.
No, that's so important because... everything. Yeah, like, the only downside is that because you're going first, it is 1 turn late that you get to actually evolve the Miera Bane. But it's not necessarily the end of the world here because... you have some good early aggression, as you mentioned, that is going to do a little bit of chip damage. Also, I think Alejandro only plays 1 Titania and managed to also find it. And the good thing is, unlike a lot of the other crest gainers in this expansion that gain crests on Evolve, Titania's crest is gained on Fanfare, which I'm wondering if that's important enough. It's still going to be contributing to the game because it gives you a fairy every single turn. And of course, you can also use that every turn on top of the cards that you're drawing into every single turn from the Miera Bane crest.
Do we see a Miera Bane turn 5 locked in immediately? I think you kind of do, honestly.
I think so. I think that's your best bet.
I don't think there's any other way this deck can win against Crest, so you kind of have to.
Yeah, it's like if you can win by dealing 20 damage, you're gonna have to win through the victory card, and that's what Miera Bane offers.
All right, Blinding Faith, but this lit a free field for Mr. Jeremy. We call him Jerry in the community because Miera Bane is hard to spell and pronounce. But with this Miera Bane on board, the entire game has now changed.
Alejandro really putting emphasis on the pro in his name right now, trying to get a seat in the semifinals with that Tempo Forest. We finally get to see the crest come down for Marwyn here, the namesake of the entire deck, and can actually cash in the extra play point here just to set up a 3rd crest at the same time.
I will say, love the dedication to the game plan. Definitely mathed it out. You notice Alejandro, no hesitation, landing that Miera Bane. And also, crucially, because Chino Lily spent that turn 4 only playing the clear spell, it leaves Great Testimony in hand, giving Alejandro a 1 play point option to kill anything at any point.
Yeah.
Which is just fantastic. Because when you're having a hand randomized for you, essentially, having that guarantee of you can deal with a threat this turn does provide a little bit of a sense of a safety, I suppose. And also the Himika is absolutely crucial here, because remember, that Wilbert's going to get banished, meaning that last words doesn't even go off.
It's so important. And one other thing I wanted to mention was on turn 4, Alejandro chose to play the Titania, but there was a world where you could have played the second Mirabane. And the really cool thing about Mirabane is that the crest allows you to keep the Great Testimony, as you mentioned. So you could even add 2 Great Testimonies to your hand to have the access to 2 pinpoint destructions at any point of the game. Chose not to go for it, instead chose to, you know, have these extra fairies. I do feel like the fairies are not really doing as much in this matchup because things are just a bit too tall for the fairy to take out. But at the end of the day, we're going to keep holding on to that Great Testimony until we really need to pinpoint, get rid of something, because for now we can just keep holding with the Himeka and let her do the job instead.
I also want to note on that Himeka point as well, that Wilbert turn was even more ridiculous because he evolved the Wilbert for the crest, meaning it was a 6-8, but then it got reduced down to a 4-8 because of the Devotee's crest. And then the Himeka used that to its advantage to banish it, which is just an insane sequence of events that had to line up to work out for Alejandro. What are we seeing? What is happening, Chris? Like, this is SVO. Welcome.
This is SVO.
I cannot believe it.
It happens every single time. Here we have the aura come up on the leader that normally you only ever see that on Haven leaders, but it is happening in Temple Forest here. And again, this is now 37 cards remaining. You are drawing 6 every single turn, and some of those cards are bringing draw power with them, as you can see with a tablet that was picked up now. So I think we're, you know, just a good 4 or 5 turns away from a potential dub here.
Yeah, and you know that extra fairy you get every turn is also another body in the way of the Marwyn effect as well. And we picked up the Supplicant of Unkilling, which is a wide board clear, if that was a necessary option. Honestly, the card quality... Oh, and we got the Congregant of Destruction, too. That can just take out the Marwyn easy. Are we going to see a Lashena evolve to get the egg? Maybe not.
I'm curious. That technically does give you a bit of extra burn damage throughout the long term of the game. Ferocious Flame that actually searches you a card, which helps to advance the turn counts until your victory.
A little unlucky on Alejandro's side, not getting the Ryo early, but still working out fine just because the nature of Haven's more passive game plan. It just gives Alejandro so much time here, really.
Yeah, that's really... It's kind of crazy when you think about it. This current hand, though, not really the craziest. What's interesting is that there's actually so many crests in play that you theoretically could set up this Shining Disenchantment to pop next turn, theoretically. And they're going to do
exactly what you want to do. Ooh. No, you can just pop it by yourself with Devastating Soprano.
Perfect.
That's
even
a little
better.
bit of the synergy between the Omen cards that you otherwise wouldn't be able to see because they're cross-craft. But when you have the Mirabane deck, you can actually make that work.
Ooh, Ryo bottom 20. That's a little bit unfortunate. We saw how big that was last game. And now finally, I feel like this is like the first burn damage of impact in this entire game. Actually hitting Alejandro's face.
Alejandro has quite a lot of cycle this turn, not only with the tablet, but with the Great Awakening as well. Gonna be able to draw 3 while recovering 3 play points. If that can pull a Ryo. Oh, burned it though! Oof!
Yeah. I guess you don't mind at this point, because you're basically just about 2 turns away. And it's just gonna come down to you know, whether you can... Oh, he's gonna just choose the heal from the goblet. I like it. Essentially just locking in on the sustain here and setting up stats on the board. Knight of the Holy Order against the
Heal
Wilbert
more,
too.
sure.
I love it. This is what a crazy game. Congregant gonna hit the board too, just focusing on stats. I like it. We're getting really close to the bottom card of the deck here.
Hilarious that the Great Testimony wasn't even necessary thus far.
Yeah, not enough like threats are going up on board, but this is getting pretty close though. You have to keep in mind that all this burn damage is adding up, and being able to pop the Shiny Disenchantment next turn is going to be another 4 damage together with the 5 from the Crest effect.
No,
and now
it's lethal because the Hamlet draws 2, and then now you just pass turn and win. Draw 6.
Oh, and there you have it. The victory card does proc, and Alejandro will be the second, the 2 of 2 Tempo Forests advancing to the semi-finals. Man, SVO just, it never disappoints. I can't believe it.
That was a clutch Hamlet, too. If he didn't get that Hamlet and he didn't win that turn, that was honestly a possibility that the Haven could have still taken it, but because of that Hamlet, he was guaranteed an OTK, and he just got it. I don't know what to tell you. Miera Bane difference. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where we've been and where we're going. Derpy Wisdom and Alejandro both making it to the semifinals with a Tempo Forest Mode Abyss lineup. Incredible showing. Do you think the meta is going to warp from here on out? Perhaps. Next up, for our next 2 quarters, we have Artify versus Gian, and then Lazuri versus Abysmal. But first, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back after just a short 5 minutes, but you definitely want to... I mean, if those 2 sets didn't convince you to stay and watch the whole thing, I don't know what would. So, you know, just stay tuned. 5 minutes, and we'll be right back right after this. I kind of like what Yuri did here, just making a board of these 3/3s with barrier, because it kind of makes the Shamnacha turn more awkward. The cleanest clear would have been the Ginyuzu, but you want to get the Shamnacha off. So you're, you know, just trying to make the opponent's plays feel less optimal. But I think, you know, that Cerberus coming down, it's just a great card, and it's definitely proving its worth past the first set, like into the third set. It's still one of the best cards in the entire class.
Essentially just saying, hey, I mean, you got 9 damage on this board. Show me if you've got more. And I mean, at the end of the day, right, this is basically going to be, you know, healing up a bunch, playing out big stat sticks, and if there's no...
The Gilnelis, the Norman, the Sage Lights to a lesser extent, but now now it feels unrecoverable. I mean, especially now you just make the 13-13 go face. So.
Yeah, exactly. Huan is going to take it as long as you manage to last until turn 10. With this deck, you're going to be fine, and Yuri is showing us exactly what it in the top 8, but just in the entire tournament this time around, which I think is also very exciting.
And you know, that Ryo does reduce the rest of the deck. So I think the Ryo has to come down.
Ryo's world debut.
Airsats. And now the rest of the deck is so much cheaper. And look at that.
What do we have coming through? All right, some disdain cards.
Blinding Faith draws a bunch of cards.
The healing
That's
continues
another heal.
as well. Oh my god. It's insane. There's still the tablet draw remaining. All right, with attack stats.
That's true, but also I don't think it matters. That's lethal.
This is lethal. Galbu lethal.
Yep.
It's happening. It's actually happening. I called it all the way from the top, baby. Galbu Ardor Manifest is taking the game and taking Derpy Wisdom to the top 4. Of course, one of the weaknesses of the deck is that going first, you don't get to evolve and you don't get to set up the Marwin. And instead, we're going to see this very aggressive start from Alejandro with a double Supplicant.
Yeah, that was a really great couple.
For Chino Lily and praying to hit the 9/9 here.
Oh!
Not quite. And now what?
Unfortunate. If your crest zone is full with 5 crests, and you play Maddening Benison, you do not get the detrimental crest downside from the Benison. Shamnasha is active, meaning that this congregant can choose even more modes. Goodness gracious.
Look at what's happening here, though. I mean, just the buff evolved Gildenley's buff, and we're gonna see the or just play double Gildenley. That also works too.
That's a big congregant.
All this burn damage is adding up, and being able to pop the Shiny's enchantment next turn is going to be another 4 damage together with the 5 from the crest effect.
No, it's lethal because the Hamlet draws 2, and then now you just pass turn and win. Draw 6.
Oh, and there you have it. The victory card does proc, and Alejandro will be the second, the 2 of...
Yuji presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yuji, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Open 2025 Qualifier number 3. We have just gotten done with 2 quarterfinals, and we're moving ahead to the next 2 quarterfinals. If those first 2 sets were any indication, Chris, and this is going to be one heck of a day, how are you feeling going into these next 2 games?
This is going to be pretty exciting, I think, because we actually have, I think, this next set of 2 quarterfinals full of people that have multiple SVO tops. Especially this next one is going to be essentially bringing together someone that has basically sent me a huge list of their tops from a different card game, and they had, like, I think a top 16 finish at the World Championship of a different card game as well, versus someone that's been topping SVO a lot in original Shadowverse and even made it all the way to top 8 of Contenders, which was essentially the same as the tournament that all these players are playing for at the end of October, but during original Shadowverse. So let's take a look at the bracket and see the players that we have coming up for those of you just tuning in. Of course, Artify is the player that I mentioned, has been very active in other card games. Going to be coming up against Gian, who has, of course, won 2 SVOs in original Shadowverse, got top 4 once, and finished 6th place tie in the Contenders for SVO during original Shadowverse as well. So 2 very big names that are going to be facing off against each other with the lineups of Spell Boost Loot Sword for Artify and the Cresthaven Spell Boost for Gian. So we're going to be seeing 2 Spell Boosts, a potential Spell Boost mirror in this next match.
Yeah, speaking of, let's just take a look at the list right now, shall we? For Artify and for Gian. So Artify, like you said, Spell Boost Rune Loot Sword here. Again, the Loot Sword list keeps getting changed over and over again. Different players. This time around, running the 2 of Luminous Mages, which is actually quite important in the Loot Sword mirror. Like, just presenting more threat they have to deal with. They have to, like, spend their Sinceros on. Pretty interesting. The 1 of Ravening Tentacles as well, important in the mirror to make sure that you're out of Albert range by that 5 healing, right? Actually pretty important. Meanwhile, the Spell Boost Rune list, pretty standard stuff, I would say. Only 1 Gildenley's is pretty interesting. And 2 Edelweises, as well as 2 of the Earthright package in terms of the goal as well. So that's pretty interesting there. but generally a pretty standard list. And we're seeing a lot more of this 1x Snowman army in particular. Why do you think that that's made such a resurgence, Chris?
I mean, I think it's been kind of highlighted through a few of the matchups where not only does it let you, deal with some of the taller threats that have been popping up, like Sincero, as you mentioned, in the format, but because you're running Burgeon, that also just means that you can essentially use the Snowman army with the Onion Patch that is being summoned every single turn to just give you essentially one card clear, which is obviously very strong when you have a follower with potentially infinite defense being set to 1 and getting traded away. But let's take a look, of course, on the opposing side. What is Gion bringing into this matchup? Oh, I love it. The very dynamic posing here. This is true esports. We got Cresthaven versus Spellboost Rune. Spellboost Rune list looks quite similar, except for one more of the Gilnelis and the Apprentice, of course. We saw how important she was in one of those matchups. And then we have the Cresthaven with a few techs. Here, the Jean is down to 1. Instead, we have, of course, a bit of that AoE damage and healing from Salifa being offered. Anything else you find interesting about these lists, Igni?
I think, yeah, the Cresthaven list also differs a little bit. No Kakaitis, secondary game plan. The 2 Rubies is also pretty interesting. I wonder if that's just to cycle your hand to try and find the Marwyn faster or so forth. But generally, these 4 decks are very standard. It's a welcome change of pace, I suppose, from the Tempo Forest mode Abyss we saw earlier. We'll see which one comes out on top. What's the better option, right? Is it Crest or is it Loot? That's sort of what we're deciding right here, right now.
Yeah, this is going to be
soon here.
A tough choice. I'm curious to see what they are bringing and see what they actually start off with in this first matchup. I do think that overall, Spell Boost feels pretty safe into either. I mean, the mirror is the one thing you probably want to try to dodge, so maybe you start with Spell Boost, hope they queue the Crest, so you can just get your Spell Boost win without having to do that. But then Gion might be thinking the same thing. Let me queue my Spell Boost, hope to hit it to the Loot Sword, and not have to play the mirror. So we're gonna have to see. I mean, maybe they want to play the Rune Mirror. It all depends on the player and their prep and what matchups they feel most confident going into. But mirror matches oftentimes, when you have 2 equally skilled player, that is where the luck of the draw can have a very big impact.
All right, looks like we're going to get right into the game here. We're starting with the Haven and the Sword. I mean, I guess no real surprise. Gion known for being a Haven main, really.
It's a game.
Yeah. Pretty decent opening hand here. Not seeing the Marwyn, though, is going to basically mean that we're going full toss, because Marwyn, it's like the only card that you really keep is the Serene Sanctuary, because that's essentially a draw 2 that helps you find your Marwyn in case you don't have it. But no matter how good the rest of the hand is, even if you have like Wilbert and whatnot, it doesn't really matter if you can't put up the namesake of the deck, which is the Marwyn.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the only source of your damage, really, other than the Gilnelis at the top end. So, like you said, the most important card. And honestly, pretty great early curve here for Gion. You got the Grimnir on 3, like you said, very important to get that up before the Marwyn. And then into that, you have, you can even just land a Marwyn on 4 just to get the spell, because you're, okay, because you can have 2 other Marwyns in the back. It's just that easy.
It just kind of works out, doesn't it? I mean, also looking at Artify's hand here too, there's unfortunately no fuse targets, because there was a world where you could play point boost, Congregant, fuse for 3 damage to then be able to go face. But that's not necessarily the worst. The only thing is that if Gion plays another ward follower down, that does turn down the impact of that Zirconia next turn. So I'm curious to see how Artify is going to try to set up this early board to try to maximize that Zirconia, or if we're going to just kind of forget about it, let the Gion play a board and then use Congregant to answer it.
I think that's very interesting. Like you said, if the Sincero was in hand, this would be a pretty easy clear. Might just have to pass on this. And it is kind of awkward for Gion. Like, if you don't kill that 3/3, it's going to end up presenting a lot of threat next turn, especially since it can still evolve to recover a play point too. So it kind of means that you have to find a way to take it down. Do you waste a Gilnelise to bring it
That's
down?
the only
That
way.
seems like an
That's all you
overcommit.
have.
Yeah.
I do think
you
that
leave
might
that
have
up,
to be the
though-
option unless you don't respect it.
It's mine.
Don't respect it, play Marwyn. Okay. But this board is going to get
Okay,
cleared.
This is a very interesting turn of events.
If you
I
go
do
for
feel
the
like-
play a bunch of loot option, right? You're not Zirconia-ing this turn, I guess. So there's at least that consolation. But an aggressive evolve into just playing a bunch of loots to buff the guy might still be kind of backbreaking here.
The only downside is that I think this would be an easier choice if you had the Octress crest available, because this would discount it by 4. But because you don't, it feels a little bit odd where you could theoretically Zirconia here and then use the Zirconia to trade into the Marwyn, and then it kind of comes down to where you actually want to go with the Congregant. You could theoretically even trade with it or go face with it, depending on, or I guess you do have to trade with it if you choose to, not trade the Zirconia over the Grimnir. But instead, here, choosing to sort of like split push a little bit and going to be using the Lair here to cash in and get another boots, but time is running low. You do get not just 6, a total of 8 damage this turn, which is very good if you're playing against a deck that can stall as hard as loot.
Yeah, that is a big push, especially like in the early game. They can't risk-free Benison. You need to get those 5 crests up. So their amount of like burst healing is kind of limited to Gilnelise until they get 5 crests up, right? So I think this damage is going to stick for a little bit.
You know what's also huge? I just want to point out that if... So, okay, this Gilnelise is actually 100% the optimal play. The reason why is because you don't actually have any other way to get board clear while also trying to get some healing down. But the one thing I wanted to point out is that if Gian did not go for the Gilnelise and just went, according to usual plan and just play Marwyn, that would have only been able to trade one thing away. It would have kept the Quick Blader on board, which would have been a 3-1, that if he plays Zirconia is a 4-1, and then it would have chipped away from 11 to 7 defense, and that, starts to put you into Odin's Super Evolve kill range, which is definitely not where you want to be. So very well played that turn by Gian. Even though it was just one card that you use, the flexibility of Gilnelise was really highlighted in that one turn.
Also to give credit to Artify there, because he split the threat and put the boots on the Quick Blader, Gian had to go for that play too, so delaying the Marwyn by 1 turn. I think both players are exhibiting very polished playlines here. I mean, I think it's kind of clear that they practice this matchup on both sides quite a lot.
Oh yeah. 7 damage to the dome here. But now, if you don't cash in that heal 10, I'm afraid you are within another Odin's mercy. And yeah, gonna have to go for it. And there's basically no other way, even though you know that in 2 turns time, that 10 damage will come back to bite. For the time being, you just have to survive.
Also, you can, in some ways, prevent that. It's not ideal, but there is a situation where you get the barrier amulet and you prevent that 10. But that does kind of, it's contingent on your opponent not being able to pop it on their turn, so that's also a risk. I think either way, Gian might just be taking this 10 here, but.
I do think so.
Now and then,
especially because I think one thing I want to point out is for Artify, it might be tempting to either debate between like a Sincero here or even like the Ravening Tentacles. Theoretically, is like it's going to be good at any moment, but I really think you want to be holding the Tentacles for after the self-deal 10 has happened. But looks like that's not going to be the case, just because that would give you the way to just close out the game. But I guess by doing this, you turn off the potential Gilnelise heal that could have happened from a Super Evolve. So at the very least now, they are under 10 and will essentially just lose next turn. So now it comes down to if they have another way to heal out which with another Maddening Benison, or, as we know from the hand, the Shining Disenchantment can also be proc to heal 4, and that will give heal back up to 13, and then the end of turn heal from the Supplicant will get us to 14.
You can get to 17, right? Because you can play Shining Disenchantment as well for the heal 4, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Shining
Sorry, I mean the Blinding Faith. The Blinding Faith. Yeah.
Blinding Faith doesn't
Faith
heal unless you pay the enhance for it.
Ah, so you have to kind of choose, right? Whether you go for the Disenchantment or the Faith here. Oh, but remember, the Marwyn spell extends countdown, so the Benison is actually not going to be an issue for another turn longer.
But that is just one more turn. So you're still going to have to pivot into the more defensive gameplay sooner or later, but I think they're trying to delay it to the point that they can try to trade a Gilnally's heal 5 and then pair that with the Shining Disenchantment for another heal 4. Since Hero coming down, there's going to be a total of 3 damage AoE paired with another 3 damage AoE for that last Super Evolve point, coming down to 4. And of course now, essentially telling Gian, you are going to have to heal 7 this turn. We know that Gian can do that. But even if you do, that doesn't stop you from Odin coming on down right after that.
Yeah, this is sort of... Gian just kind of has to do all he can right now. The Disenchantment is going to proc and put him back to 13. But remember, that Benison is proccing the turn after, so just an Odin face would be enough here. And then that Benison will take care of the rest.
That was going to be the case. Plays out the Luminous, but we already know Gian, the moment the turn rolls around, the deal 10 damage crest will proc, and Artify takes the first game of the set with the Loot Sword. Finally seeing Loot Sword take some dubs, which I feel like we were missing out on a little bit last week, and definitely getting to see a little bit of it this time around too. Gian just re-queuing the Haven once again, this time into the Spell Boost rune.
I find this is sort of tough for the Crest Haven a lot of the time, right? Because they spend a lot of time setting up their crest and stuff, and then if you give the rune too much time, they just Kakaitis you. So where do you think Gian can get the edge in this?
I mean, you basically just have to be the aggressor here. Going first, it does feel like you're going to have to essentially just try to find damage early and hope that they don't have too much early clear so that your early boards can stick as well. The Ruby here is actually going to be very important. You don't see her all the time in these Haven lists, but she'll try to help and find you some pieces, or more importantly, the Marwyn, which will be the big source of damage here.
I think very crucially, Artify did spend the extra play point to just land a body early on. Like you said, Gian's, I think, out is to be the aggressor. And as long as Artify says, no, I'm the beatdown, it's going to put Gian in a tricky spot. Because not only do you lose the early game, but you might also lose the late game to Kakaitis as well.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that's not what you want to see happening. But Artify here, you know, things are starting to slowly add up. You know that your Stormy Blast can also take out the Grimnir here to continue chipping away. And looks like that is going to be the angle that Artify is going to go for here to keep chipping away. And while you don't have the turn 5 Anangrea, or turn 4 Anangrea, sorry, that you normally would have, it's not necessarily the end of the world, because since Marwyn doesn't typically come down on the turn 4 going first, that also means that there likely won't be any crazy threats to worry about that normally Anangrea would take care of. So instead, you're just going to continue snowballing and playing Melvi, I guess?
Yeah, just play 2 Melvies and then evolve this Melvi Go face. Is that the angle?
It looks like it. I mean, that really does add so much chip damage. And, like, we do have to really stress the fact that the spell boost matchup is already a matter of time for Haven in the first place, because having to sort of fight the clock until they see the Kokaitis and the Dimension Climb and try to close out the game by then, or find some way to put enough pressure to throw them off their game plan, is already hard enough. But when you're taking so much chip damage while you still are just setting up your game plan, right, with Marwyn, it really feels pretty tough.
I wonder if playing the second Melvi, I guess they're trying to just draw into their Kuons and such, so that kind of makes sense. Or their Norman, as we see here. That's why they played the Brew instead of the Melvi there, but interesting. Also, if they played the other Melvi, it does play into Salefa, so kind of understand why they held it back. But here, this is a pretty easy ANG, in my opinion, because you already have the homework time in your hand. So it's going to be pretty easy to boost that to 5 sooner or later. And then that's just, you know, more cycle to try and get your Kuon to finish this game before the Marwyn can accumulate any real damage.
And also curve-wise, you're looking pretty okay because you have Anangria into the Norman next turn. Norman can make auras on the board, and aura is basically Marwyn's biggest enemy because it soaks up... Sorry, not aura. Barrier. My apologies. The Shadowverse Evolved.
You play the game in Japanese. It's alright.
Yeah. It happens. But we do see the clear happen. But again, the golems are such a big threat, I think, for Haven in the first place, just because of the fact that the barrier is so impactful. And here, Wilbert's going to come down, just evolve trade, and you know, I kind of like how throughout this entire game, Melvi's just been kind of chilling.
Yeah, that's one sturdy body. We saw this earlier too with the apprentice sticking for God knows how many turns as well. Why does this keep happening today, Chris? Something's in the water.
Yeah, it really does keep on happening, and I'm curious to see. I mean, the board clear on this particular situation is a little bit convoluted because normally you would have liked to go for the Norman here, but that basically is gonna just give you the proc of Wilbert without necessarily taking anything else out in value. Optimally, you'd like to spell boost twice to get that homework time to become looking smart. But the only way to do that is by using the Stormy Blast, and that's your second one. So once the more tall followers start hitting the board, you won't have that pinpoint ability to take them out. So I'm not sure if you really want to use this Stormy Blast just yet.
I think Norman might be the play anyway, even if not. Yeah, like, okay, that makes sense to me. Go for a 1, draw 1 barrier, and then if necessary, you have the Stormy Blast as well with the extra play point. But you know, you can just take it slower here. And you're trying to draw into your Kuon and your Kakaitis because you know that you have the inevitability as long as you can draw into it. But unfortunately, Artify is at 9 cards in hand, meaning that the next draw will be overdrawn. This could be dangerous, depending on what he burns here. Okay, not the worst scenario, I would say.
Call is decent, but now, just like that, all in one turn, 8 damage came on down, thanks to, of course, the proc of the Shiny Disenchantment, together with the Crest effect from Marwyn. And now it comes down to, you know, whether you're going to try to prioritize healing from the Norman. You also have the only problem with Norman is that while it does give you a lot of sustain and resources, you're not getting much spell boost out of it. And those dimension climbs are still even beyond 10 play points in terms of playability. So you would have loved to see the Kuon here. That would have given you a way to clear, would have given you access, of course, to just finding your dimension climb to be playable earlier in this game, whereas instead it's definitely quite a little bit delayed. It looks like the Snowman Army might come into play here again.
Do you evolve the Burgeon? Maybe you don't. You don't want to give them the... Yeah, I don't think so either. You don't want to give them the opportunity to just make your board a bunch of weenies, and then you don't have any way to get around that.
I'm not sure.
Interesting.
If you really...
No Kuons, no Kakaitis.
I'm not sure if you needed to actually use the extra play point there, because the Snowman Army does just sort of lock the follower down, and then you can theoretically still take care of it next turn. On 8 play points, I'm not sure what else you're really trying to aim down here. Norman feels very, very important here in terms of just giving you the ability to heal out of lethal range, because now you're basically at the mercy of a disenchantment and, well, pass turn button, essentially winning the game here. And we do see a 5th potential crest in hand with that Supplicant picked up on Gion's side, while Artify is going to do their best to just clear out this board. And, I mean, this Burgeon is doing so much work in adding the spell boost counts, right? Those dimension climbs went from unplayable to very soon to be 0 cost in, you know, just a blink.
I think the only issue with that was, like you said, using that extra play point early means that he wasn't able to both play the Edelweiss and the Norman that turn, meaning he had to delay the amount of healing that he's doing. And that means that he's taking another 5 to the head. Looking a little dire here.
Yeah,
Norman Super?
It has to be. I feel like you have just enough Earth Sigils, and then you'd be able to use your one-off Call. Let's see. You can use the Call to get Spell Boost 2. Maximum you're getting is Spell Boost 3, because I feel like you wanted Sage Light here as well, and that doesn't give you a full clear. Optimally, if you go the second call can go down to 3. So actually you could play both of them out, and that gives you Norman heal into call into the 2/6, and then Norman super evolve into the 7/8. That does give you full clear with 8 healing, which I guess is the best that you can really have right now.
It's still a little tough too, though, because we know that no matter what is built, I think you might. Yeah, I was gonna say, what if you just ignore the 2/6 is another option, right? It's not like it can attack anyway if you want the seething of the Marwyn. So just leave it up and deal with it for another day. That's future Artify's problem. You know, that's the thing.
That's true. The other point, I guess, is that even if you were able to play both, if you did choose to play both calls there, that would still make the climb be 1 off, I think, from being 0 play points, because you could have technically played for the chance to top deck your Cocytus there, since you have your 1 Super Evolve still remaining. But it looks like, I mean, that didn't happen in the end, and not going to be quite necessary regardless.
Just a little unfortunate. Artify with 3 Kuons in the bottom 18. Cocytus stuck down there as well. I think it might just have to be the high-cost climb. Try and draw into some fortune. There's Kuon.
There's the Kuon.
But the 2/6 means that the 3/3s can't be traded off.
Yeah, that's also what I wasn't sure if you wanted to play the second call there, because there was a world where you play the 1, you can trade with it, and then use your climb, and then if you find one of those calls that you're holding with a low cost, that could have still been able to, you know, it wouldn't give you the OTK that turn, but you could have technically hold it for potentially, you know, a second one down the line. But looks like we're going to just cash it in here. I don't think. This is still looking pretty dicey for Artify.
It's not OTK for sure, and this can get cleared with a simple punch of the Unholy Vessel, calling it by the right name this time. And, oh, a Shining Disenchantment burn is actually kind of... Does that matter?
That actually would have been 1 off, I think, because the Shining Disenchantment would have been 4 plus end of turn 5. So technically wouldn't have won the game that turn, but regardless, I mean, this turn has been crazy enough. We are 2 spell boosts in this hand away from a Kuon Dimension Climb, but I think there is a... Do you Kuon and pray they don't have the second vessel?
I know, right? I was kind of... I remember earlier I was asking, how does Haven manage to drag it out to the end game? And it turns out if the 3 Kuons are in the bottom 18 of your deck and the Cocytus is MIA, it ends up looking a little dicey.
Oh,
I think knowing that a vessel is in the future, he's going to have to climb. There's Cocytus. It's late, though. Way too late.
The problem is that you don't have healing in this. No, you do have healing in this hand. You can Cauldron, engage it. You don't even have to engage. You can just Cauldron moment that will pull you out of turn after a vessel pops. I do think you're forced into it. You really want to Cocytus here because it's your win chance, but you lose to Vessel end of turn, and it looks like it's gonna be the case.
Yeah. The vessel, the unholy vessel, or as I like to call it, the cup or the tarnished grail or whatever other name I have for it, ends up being the finishing blow. See, I wonder, Artify probably played to the out there, right? Like, if he played the Norman and healed, he lived that turn, but he wasn't winning, right? Whereas the Cocytus did give him a chance if the vessel wasn't there. So I kind of understand why that went down that way, but at the same time, at that stage in the game, and you saw Xion not spend any vessels, really, you kind of expecting it. It was kind of a Hail Mary, I believe, at the end of the day.
Yeah, and now we're gonna get to see both players bring their spell boost rune. There are slight differences in the lists in terms of some of their card counts, in particular that Gilnalese might be one of the deciding factors. We do have, I believe, Artify. Those are not Artify. Xion runs it at 2, Artify runs it at 1. And I think that is one of the main differences. Foresight counts are off by 1 between the two players. One plays Penelope, the other plays Apprentice. So there are some differences. But at the end of the day,
Edelweiss
the
also?
best cards of the deck.
What?
Oh yeah, true. Good point. Yeah, otherwise I do think, yeah, just the Edelweiss differences. I mean, the best cards of the deck, the cool ones, the Normans, the Anagreas, the Dimension Climbs, all of the staples are, of course, maxed out. And then it just comes down to some of those more tech slots that you have space for in this deck.
While we're in this early part of this next game, I'm going to take this moment to air some of my grievances, okay? With Marwyn specifically. That spell random banishes Lilanthem, and that makes me very sad. I don't know why they did that to me. It means that
why does that
sad.
make you sad, Igni?
It makes me a sad Earthright player, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. We don't really get to see her much these days, do we?
Marwyn just soloed her, man. What the heck?
Her design is so good too. Surely
know.
she'll see a comeback one day.
One day. Alright, well, with this Edelweiss in hand, but again, that's not boosted. I think you might just have to play the homework time just to draw 2 and boost 1. You don't really have any other option with the current state of things. Oh, Climb picked up, though. Not the worst thing in the world. The what you're hoping for now is just an Anon Gray off the top, right?
I mean, Burgent is still a fine thing to play on turn 5 here as well.
True.
Especially now that you know that they're not playing their own Anangrea with the extra play point. So Burgent gives you the full clear without evolving, which is very important. And then you can save that evolve point for your Norman, which you can queue up next turn. The only thing is that Xion, I think, also is going to queue up a Norman in this next turn, potentially. And that will give some of those barriers, potentially. Because I think neither of these players is playing William, if I'm not mistaken.
William is just a little too heavy. And also when you draw him...
They're not.
Like if you draw him off the late game, like if you climb into William or whatever, it's like... Yeah, at that point it's like less impactful. And also he only boosts 2 on Evolve too, so he's not really a great booster as well. And I feel like the board-based metas of set 2 have sort of made way for, you know, decks that do damage through effects instead, like with Crest and such. So the board clear effect is also a little less impactful, so I understand why William sort of fell by the wayside.
Alright, and now that I think that turn from Xion basically confirmed to Artify there's no Anangrea in sight, which you're definitely happy to see in a mirror like this.
Double Golem. It's the way to win the mirror. 100%.
Yep.
If they can't clear the double Golem, they're, as the kids say, chopped.
true. The kids do say that. They do say that indeed. The other important thing here in this mirror with the barrier golems is that the person who gets the Burgent crest effect does have an advantage because you have a free pop of the barrier every single turn, right?
This is going to be able to full clear, but it does take quite a bit of resources, I will say. And an evolve.
Right.
And that gets cleared by an onion. You can't feel good about that.
That is true. Onion looking smart as well. You do overdraw with it, so it might not be the first card you want to play here. Could try to even go for a bit of board presence without necessarily playing the Kuon with the Edelweiss. You can Edelweiss and Ingrea theoretically here, so that gives you a really threatening board without necessarily committing any evolve points.
Yeah, and I mean, what answer does Gian have for that in his hand, right? Like, he's got the Kakaitis, but he showed up too early this time. And no ANG, no Burgeon of his own to deal with the opposing board state. I wonder if it is just going to be a Kuon slam. That's going to be hard for Gian to deal with as well, especially since Artify saw no Ann and Greya, no Burgeon the past 2 turns. Like, the odds of Gian top decking it are pretty low, right?
But the thing that I don't like about that is that you are missing out on some of the damage that you could be doing, and that is also eating into your precious super evolves that I feel like you could do without for this turn. The only thing here is choosing to just play out the Anangrea. Looks like not going for as wide of a board as I would have expected. I do think that would have been quite strong in this given situation, and now we see being forced to actually draw 3 from the Norman. Drew pretty good, and Angrea finally shows up, which we do appreciate quite a lot in this community. But the Anangrea basically gets to live unscathed here.
In this community is crazy. This is the Anangrea YouTube channel. We love it when they show up.
We love it. All right, Chad, you know what to say. You know the line.
Oh, and like you said earlier, you know, it's coming to pass. This Onion's is going to be able to take out that barrier, no problemo. Pretty easy clear for Artify, too. The only thing is, like, do you want to spend the super on the Ann to deal more damage or not? Is it even worth?
I think the one thing right now that would help, not so much the players, but maybe for those watching, I want to see those spell boosts. I want to see those spell boost counts, especially on things like the Stormy Blast, because then we would be able to keep track of exactly how much damage we're potentially holding in this hand too. So we're getting the Edelweiss come down again. Could have happened last turn, kept it for this turn, instead got some clear out of it, and still a very threatening board. Looking at, you know, 4 damage is well in this hand. I feel like you could even use the looking smart here because you're not actually risking overdrawing, and it will give you more spell boosts while also providing you with more gas for later, but choosing to keep it.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder if he's keeping it for, you know, popping another unit, or I wonder, right? Because with no Earth Sigil stacks on Gion's board, was there a case of just like spending your calls? It's kind of hard for them to deal with it.
Right.
Oh, Gian spending a super on Ann and Greya.
I mean, the thing right now is, what we know for Gian, right, is that the Kokaitis is in hand, and all we need is this Dimension Climb to go down to 0, right? So at this point, you have 1 spell boost on board, that's 8. Looking Smart, Snowman, Call, that's another 4, goes down to 5. Another Anangrea goes down to 3. Then it comes down to what we can draw on top of that.
I think definitely Looking Smart here for sure, before you commit any more spells.
But it's the same race for Artify. And currently we're at 5. Go down to 4. And then the Call can put it down to 2. So I personally would not have minded a Kuon pass there. But I think Gian... So Artify is scared that Gian has the Kokaitis Dimension Climb in hand. So choosing to pass without putting anything on board. The reason for that is that If you leave something on board, you can go Cocytus, and then that gives you the chance to draw into, of course, the most important card, the Astaroth's Reckoning. The Astaroth's Reckoning will give you the ability to immediately just draw through, not draw through, to send your opponent's defense down to 1, and then if you Super Evolve and trade into something, the Super Evolve damage will do the 1 damage, which will win you the game. So Artify was playing around that.
Not in that case, though,
because it
had 9 play points. So the extra play point wouldn't recover from the Dimension Climb. So he wouldn't be able to play Astaroth that turn either way. I think the reason why Artify held that...
True.
The reason why Artify held that back is because he knew the Kuon would pop the climb anyway, giving him a 13-13 to storm the face, which is why I was kind of surprised that he spent the Demonic Call the previous turn anyway, because this could have been a 16 damage instead if he didn't spend the call last turn. But I wonder if that was the only way for him to clear that Norman board. But I would have considered even leaving one of the golems up or whatever, and like having that Demonic Call in hand for an OTK, which would have been relevant in this situation. But yeah, maybe that was the only way for him to clear. I wouldn't know because we didn't know the boost on the Stormy Blast. But either way, this means that the OTK is not in sight, which makes things a little bit more difficult here. That being said, is there any draw for Gion that can actually win the game? Silent Rider does not go through the 13-13 ward.
Yeah, it does not. You do have Looking Smart to first try to draw you into something.
Not quite.
You have another
There's no
Dimension
lead.
Climb that you can actually push down pretty far this turn, just because you can actually trade this in, get it down to 4, and then Anangrea gets it down to 1, so you can still play the Servant. And then it just comes down to what you find after that. The only problem is that you basically... Okay, so you essentially... It's the same game plan.
Wait, yeah, if you get
draw
Astaroth
into-
now. Yep. No Astaroth, though.
No Astaroth. So, close, but not quite it.
Tough. You could spend your super, clear the Noble now, spend the Rider, go face, or Purgatory to clear both bodies. That's fine too.
Yeah, I think that's important. This clear
And then,
together
yeah,
with
just play
the...
another servant. That's fine. There's no out of hand burn for Artify.
Yeah, and being on 2 defense also means that you're just 1 short from essentially losing from Super Evolve damage. Yeah, not having the Cocytus down, this looks like Gion might be able to just take it, because I don't see a way out.
That needed to be Kuon off the top, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, technically still a chance. You can just climb for Kuon, but it's a pretty high risk, I think.
Yeah. You basically have to find... So you're going to expend your resources here. Edelweiss is also good, because she will give you the, at the very least, clearing the ward here. Stormy Blast.
Yeah, you need to make your
but
hand
now
as
your
small as
enemy is the
possible.
timer.
Yep.
Dimension Climb. Do we
Kuon?
see the Kuon off the top?
Yes!
We do it! See
Kuon.
it!
That's it!
All you need is time. Super Evolve to swing with the Shikigami to take the set. Artify manages to barely come back. The climb after climb to take it in this very neck and neck top 8 match. Wow, we're still in the top 8. That felt like the finals, dude, in terms of how close that was.
Yeah, very, very intense games there. I feel like definitely a couple of lines that were worth looking back at. I think maybe spending that Demonic Call was necessary to clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. Otherwise, I feel like he would have saved it, right? For that 16 damage OTK, because that's the sort of through line that he was aiming towards. But at the end of the day, still was able to just barely eke it out. If that climb from Gion was able to pull the Astaroths, the entire outcome of the set is different entirely, which is crazy to think about. But let's take a look at the bracket real quick to see what the next game is going to be. So as we saw Artify moving on to the semis here, and he's going to be fighting whoever wins this next match between Lazuri and Abysmo, our last quarterfinals. What do you have on these two? These are names that I'm not super familiar with here, Chris.
So Lazuri actually was one of the players that we were talking before the broadcast, but they actually got a top 4 finish at a Shadowverse Weekend Showdown a good 3 years ago.
Now that's a throwback.
With, yeah, that's a good throwback. It's not SVO, but a Weekend Showdown. So they managed to make top 4 there. Abysmo, on the other end, they've basically just been they're playing in their first tournament. They are completely free to play as well. So it's what's crazy. So some of you guys might not know this, but when you compete in a Shadowverse tournament, this was both true for original Shadowverse and for Worlds Beyond as well, you are given access to all of the cards in the game, even if you don't have them, because that's how tournament mode works. So Abysmo actually said that they don't actually own some of the cards of the sword deck that they're going to be using in this top 8, and that they've been using to make it to the top 8. So they're making use of the advantage of the tournament mode that you actually have just by participating, which is crazy. I haven't been told that by a player until now, which is very, very cool to see. So definitely think the F2P gang is going to be waving flags for Abysmo, cheering him on. And I think we're ready to take a look at the decks for these two players as well.
And there are some pretty interesting techs in these ones as well. So let's take a look at the deck list right now. First up with Lazuri's decks, the Spell Boost rune looking pretty standard there, but that Crest Haven, no Serene Sanctuary, 2 Tablet of Tribulations, and Rodeo? Huh?
Ooh, yes. This I was looking forward to talking about this one. So Rodeo is technically not the first thing you think of when you look at Crest Haven, but it actually has a very strong use in that it searches out 3 different named 3-cost or lower amulets from your deck and plays them for you. And, obviously you have the temple that gives you the barrier, which is very important, but this can find you the tablet on demand. That, especially when you're playing some of these one-ofs like Kokaitis and that you want to find, giving that extra draw power from the tablet can be pretty huge.
Also interesting, because of Rodeo's effect, he can't play Serene Sanctuary because you want to be pulling the 3-cost amulets out. So he instead plays the Dose of Holiness as just an additional way to deal with the board. And, instead of the Sanctuary, you're just like, okay, I'll just draw with my tablet throughout the game instead, man. Kind of fulfills the same purpose. Very interesting build. I wonder if it's actually going to work out. I guess we'll find out soon. I mean, he made it already past hundreds of players to get to this top 8 in the first place, so it's kind of exciting to see if this tech is real.
Yep, I'm really looking forward to it as well, but let's take a look at Abysmo playing the Spell Boost rune. We've been seeing it quite a lot in this tournament so far, and he is the last player bringing it as well. We see some similarities to some of the previous players we featured using the Spell Boost rune as well. So gonna just, watch and see how Abysmo takes control of it. And then the Loot Sword, we do see the Tentacles not being included here and instead playing the Amelia. So Amelia gives you a bit of that late game resourcically, right? We did see a few games, especially last weekend, I think, where Loot just kind of runs out of gas sometimes. And if you don't draw your pieces, or you don't find enough damage, or you just sort of have to spend too many cards to answer a board, and then you're just sort of left top decking trying to find an Albert or an Odin to close the game, Amelia helps you to not run into those situations, finding you 2 Soulcraft followers when you play her, refunding 3 play points. And I think the barrier in Super Evolve, while you cannot burn Super Evolves as easily as you could in previous versions of Sword because of Sincero, that might still come in handy in some matchups.
Yeah, I'm really curious. We talked about this ad nauseum, but it seems like every player has their own spin on Loot, and it's like 2 weeks in, it's still far from being figured out, right? Like the optimal 40 cards. This one, like you said, doesn't run the Tentacles, runs the Amelia. I'm curious to see like what's actually going to come out at the end of the day as the optimal list, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that's one of the really appealing parts of Shadowverse as a game. The meta basically shifts week to week. Big tournaments happen, and you tend to see pop-offs of decks that nobody expected, like Temple of Forest this weekend, and then those influence the tournament that happens the next week. And then we have Rage next week, and then, that's going to be like the biggest tournament in Worlds Beyond history. And that one, probably the result of that and whatever we see on stream is going to impact what we see in Qualifier 4 of Shadowverse Open. And then that's going to impact, the October tournaments. And then, there's a chance that maybe the format and the card pool sees a bit of a shake-up going into October. And that makes preparing for the Grand Finals for all of our qualified players that much more exciting, because they might be walking into some new grounds too. And I think that's something that really keeps things exciting for the playing field of Shadowverse in general, because you constantly have to stay on top of things, not just in your own region, but also, you have to check out the pro circuit, right? We just saw that this weekend as well, on the Japanese side. And then for the Japanese players, they have to be watching our tournaments, because there might be some crazy decks being discovered by players from all over the world. And then, you don't want to get surprised by that when you're playing in Rage next week. And I think that's what really makes this game be so exciting.
It really does feel like a global sport, which I really appreciate. And this has been a thing since Shadowverse Classic too, where, like way back in the day, Akamaru Red bringing Heresy Haven to World Grand Prix, and all the Japanese players were like, what is happening? I do not understand. Yeah. So that was very cool, So just it's like card games expanded to, but instead of playing at your locals, you're playing thousands and thousands of games are being played every single moment. It's like been zoomed out and enhanced, and suddenly the amount of scale of the competition and the games being played as well, it's just absurd. So that's what I love about Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. And I mean, especially with this iteration of the game too, like with all the social features, it really does make it feel like a multiplayer game. Because a lot of the times in other card games, you just like ram ladder, and it feels very isolating. But this one, both because of the competitive circuits and due to the in-game features, it really does feel like a multiplayer experience, which I do appreciate.
100%.
All right.
And I think,
1 second, guys. There's some camera issues for the players at the moment, but we'll get that sorted out shortly. In case you were wondering why we were yapping, that's why.
Podcast out here.
Yeah,
we're getting the unaired episode of Igny's podcast, or depends which one, right? This could be Igny's podcast. This could be the unaired episode of EX Area technically as well.
Yeah, a lot going on.
The players are just getting set up. We're having a bit of trying to make sure both players can have everything ready. You don't want to be like trying to resolve your webcam issues in the middle of like the timer ticking down in the middle of your game. But it looks like the players are ready to get started here. We're gonna have Abysmo versus Lazuri. Let's get it and see. It's gonna be starting off with the spell boost mirror, of course. Both players are bringing the spell boost, just like the last two players we featured. And we are also gonna be seeing, it's actually completely the same matchup, I think, between Crest, Loot, being the two different decks of these players' arsenals.
It's funny how that worked out, right? Top half of the quarterfinals, both the tempo and the mode were in the top half, and then now here, the spell boost, Loot, and Havens are all in the bottom half. Huh. Truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Lazuri tossed away an A and G, and now kinda short on spell boosters for that climb. I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, no foresight, insight to try to draw into anything of value for these early turns. Looks like Abysmo is going to be the first one. Oh, never mind. New brew.
But what does it get? We're living off the top deck. Okay. Well, we got some draw engine going, but that's not boosting. I'll tell you that now.
It's not too bad. We're not boosting, but at least we're not passing.
That's so true. Honestly, put that on my gravestone. Tossing away the ANG knowing that you already have the Burgent, that's fair enough, I think.
Oh, when we get to see the spell boost this time, very much appreciated. Thank you, production. You are the goats.
Alright, that's even more brews. It's too much soup. Okay? I'm loaded up.
Right. What are we cooking here, man?
I don't know, but in the card art, the soup looks disgusting. I don't know if you've seen what's floating around in there. I don't want to be a part of it. Alright, I think we're just going to see a brew from Abysmo's side as well. No reason to spend the foresight here. Hopefully you draw into another boost target. Oh, actually getting the Norman's fine too, right?
Every sip of the brew gives you a better chance to find your Cocytus climb combo for turn 10, and looks like Lazuri is a pretty big enjoyer of the soup here. Already got that lined up, just missing, you know, more ways to actually discount that climb right now.
He hasn't boosted a single time this whole game. I think he's maybe regretting tossing away that Anon Grey a little bit.
There's still AA. There's 2 chances in this hand to draw into her for next turn.
That's true. Do you just spend the Gilneys to kill a 2/2? There's no shot, right? Are you really that worried about the chip?
Given that they can't evolve next turn, I personally would have ignored it. Just because I feel like trying to draw into... Because right now, like, putting it into perspective, I guess they can't put anything too threatening on turn 4. So theoretically here you do get to just sort of like let them draw for a turn, and then you get to draw for a turn. But I do feel like the Gilnillies being spent there could have been held for a bit longer, and instead try to, like, trying to draw into your own threat that you could have playpoint boosted into feels a bit better. But maybe they want to keep the playpoint boost for the Norman here. And, you know, boosting on 4 was never part of the plan.
I wonder, right? Because Gilneys is also a really important piece of like dealing with an opposing Norman Golem barrier spam, which I think is a big part of the mirror. But also by having this Gilneys up and then them not answering it, it is technically 4 damage that could be represented. That would be a very, let's say, unique line that I haven't seen in this mirror thus far.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see it, though. I mean, that would give you the sort of upper hand in the chip race. That being said, you are both playing decks that have exquisite choices of healing. Oh, hovering over though.
Choices of healing. I like your nomenclature, sir. Your vernacular is exquisite, if I might say so myself. You're making it sound like a 5-star restaurant.
Hey man, that soup put me in the mood.
That horrible soup that looks like it's made of lava. Do you just Burgent here? It's like the most obvious play, yeah.
Yeah, the crest is also, as we saw in the last set, the crest is very important in this matchup, so I don't see a reason why not. And you don't feel bad about trading in the onion patches, even though technically, on a very objective sense, you'd want to be holding your board. But in this case, the spell boost is more important because you already have the climb, and it's going to be a bit of a race to who gets to outclimb the other person. It's a race on the ladders.
Do you think it's just extra play point Norman here? Make 2 barriers? But like you said, that's way less good now that the onions are up, right? So, I don't know. But if you don't use that extra play point, you lose it, so you might as well.
Yeah, I think there's no Kwon on both players' ends as well, which is another thing I want to point out. The only thing is that because you're at 8 cards in hand, you're basically forced to go for double golems anyway. Like, there's no angle where you go for the draw 3, because that's going to just burn you cards. So I do think it's the best thing you can do here.
Golem spam. Let's go. I feel like this is the decider in a lot of these mirrors. The only problem is that the onions being up does make this way less impactful.
I guess, in a way, though, because you're only generating 1 onion per turn, you don't really have other forms of low damage that you could be producing here. And it's still protecting this Norman even if he only has one defense. So that's going to force them to potentially commit one of their Stormy Blasts in order to take it out, which oftentimes you want to be holding for more, tall threats, right?
Could you just like find a... Yeah, there's a path to just clear this with Sage Light there, right? You just Stormy Blast the 3/3, run the Onion, engage, Sage Light. I feel like that's totally fine. You're also boosting that way.
You are boosting too. You are losing out on some of the healing you could be doing as the player that is lower on defense already. So in terms of snowballing the aggression, Lazuri is going to be up ahead in that sense. So you become the player reacting in that sense. And then that makes it even more important for Abysmo to be the one that can respond with the Dimension Climb first. So I do think, while it does clear the board, it is a very reactive play. And this now passes on an empty board. Lazuri now gets free reign. If they had Kuon, this would have been an easy potential commit. But now you could even... I mean, committing the Super Evolve is pretty heavy, but, the Norman is pretty fair game, potentially. Or are you going to just try to draw through cards and try to find that Kuon? And the only issue is that Dimension Climb is still way too heavy.
I wonder if it... Like, if he didn't spend that Evolve point on that Gilnelise turn 4, this would have been an easy Norman slam, I think. But because he did, he's digging into his wallet of Super Evolves. And, you only got 2, so it's a hard ask. I think this is going to be a Norman from Abysmo's side, though.
I do think so. Like, I really like the way that they handled the Evolve points in Worlds Beyond. I feel like it provides a super cool resource system that's split between the early and the late game. And, where you choose to use it and when you choose to not use it feels like it's such a big determining factor that really also shows the skill gap between players sometimes, which I think is something that's just awesome to watch from a spectator perspective.
Yeah, especially since near the end of classic Shadowverse, everything evolved for free, basically. So, that's a burn you did not want to see.
Yeah. Kuon, that would have been, 5 spell boosts in 1 card, on the 7 play points as well. Not what you want to see. Would have been really nice just because it also gives you pretty decent ways to answer the board. I mean, you would have to use your extra play point actually to get a full clear, I think.
Yeah, you would have.
But even then, I mean, you're still stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Just gonna have to go for the clear. And this does take out the Normando. But that Golem's still up. Looking a little intimidating. And with no Kuon in sight, that climb is not getting boosted.
No, like
a little
no
unfortunate
climb
from Lazuri's end.
It really, like, burning that Kuon is the worst part. I mean, that's the last thing you wanted to see off that draw. But again, when you aren't burning your cards or you're choosing to go for more draw effect, sometimes that is the risk that you're playing with. Instead, now
I think that
Abysmo has a pretty good hold over this turn.
Yeah, he just Gilnelise buffed the Golem. I think the Lazuri's last turn, where he played the homework time instead of committing a Norman, might have come back to bite him there, because it... Right? Because he did play homework time, right? Yeah, because then he would have... Yeah, he overdrawed the Kuon, so... Yeah, that's tough. I think definitely a game where you can look back and go, ooh, if I made a different decision, maybe this would have turned out differently.
Yep, the good old hindsight.
Could use some foresight, you know what I'm saying?
Whoa! All right, buddy.
That's right. No way. That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Oh, that's crazy. This is welcome to Shadowverse Open.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not really used to casting in this time zone. It's making me feel some kind of way.
Yep. This is, again, one of the great things about Shadowverse Open. We get to have it all over the world, and therefore...
Oh, the Kuon burn again!
Forget about all over the world, bro. Kuon is nowhere.
Second Kuon burned! What is going on?
This is tragic for Lazuri. 2 of your Kuons are gone. Literally one of their biggest win cons is, you know, you go call, Kuon, Dimension Climb into another Kuon, there's 20 damage, and you've got the game. That's been shut down. Your Dimension Climb is at 14 and 16. They've been spell boosted a total of 4 and 2 times. I feel like we're gonna have to rename this deck again.
This is tragic, man. Yeah, this is not... It's Milroot. Self-Milroot.
Do not play Kuon under any circumstances, Rune. This is not what you want to be seeing.
Meanwhile, on the other side for Abysmo, it's kind of an embarrassment of riches. The climb's already at 8. He's got a Kuon in hand. Even got the opportunity to, you know, set up another Burgeant or draw with homework time. It's not ideal. No sigils for the Norman, but, you know, comparing the two in terms of hand quality, it's looking a little dire for Lazuri.
Yep. There's even a world where this Flames of Chaos is actually getting pretty strong. It's already doing 10 damage split between everything. Ooh, are we seeing Gilnilly's 5 to face here? This actually queues you up into winning off the Kuon next turn without needing any extra support. I would like to see a spell boost somewhere, though, just because... but it's fine. You have the Onion Patch next turn that gets your climb down to 5, then you play the Kuon, it goes down to 0. We're good, never mind.
You're good. And that's if they have a body. And they kind of have to,
True.
otherwise how are they clearing this?
Yeah, this is looking tough. Lazuri, I mean, definitely got the short end of the stick when it came to this mirror match. Like, just knowing that 2 of your Kuons are out of your arsenal, the main win con you have to aim for is, I mean, either it's like Gilnilly's use a token spell back-to-back, try to come back that way, or you're just trying to get the spell boost up as much as possible now, but it really does feel like it's a little too late.
And we know this is curtains, right? Onion run in, Kuon.
Yeah. If there's no healing, then that is going to be the first game of the set being taken by Abysmo. Looks like, okay.
Oh, he is going to heal,
we
though.
are gonna, we're going to cash in the Gilnillys here just to heal out. That does help. So, okay, this is interesting. You do have 2 of your Onion Patches. You're technically 1 spell boost off from getting the call to run into something.
Call, yeah.
Yeah. So technically playing another spell last turn would have worked out. So that would have actually added an extra potential damage output.
Damage.
This homework's too hard.
Are we going to see the climb here?
The tribulations continue.
Yeah, I don't know. This feels like we are playing towards it. Yep, the 1-cost climb is going to put down a full hand right back. Try to find the Kokaitis.
We do see Kokaitis, yeah. I don't know, that didn't feel optimal. I feel like you said, if he played a spell the previous turn, he would have had more options this next turn, instead of just playing Norman as a 5/5 body, which is likely going to be cleared anyway.
Yeah. That is what felt a little bit off here. And I think you are forced to use the Super Evolve, yeah, because you can't leave the Ending Greya just chilling there, dealing 4 damage to you.
Yeah, but now with no Super, your options for an OTK are more limited. This is awkward on both ends now.
Yeah, the game, definitely still anyone's game, despite how it looks. We are slowly starting to get to the low costs for Dimension Climb. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4 spell boost in this current hand. However, it comes at the cost of 7 play points. So there's also a world where you just... The thing is that the Stormy Blast is still so low, so the Gilnillys wouldn't really do you too much. feel like there is a world where you are gonna just play the Kokaitis here and trade off the Super Evolve.
This loses to Astaroths off the top, but let's see.
Yep. You just gotta pray it doesn't happen. You gotta pray they don't have any. It has to be drawn off the top. Draw power doesn't help. It has to be off the top, and they don't see it.
That's the worst one, in fact.
This does clear though, right? Because you get spell boost, 3 damage, and then it's exactly 9.
You also get to fade in your hand and then climb for the Astaroths.
Ooh,
You
so
definitely
it's
just
still...
spin your hand here.
Yeah. You can actually play out the Servant as well, which is quite appreciated.
Probably Stormy Blast first. Just spin your hand even more.
Stormy Blast first. You still get to climb after the Stormy Blast.
Here we go.
All right, let's see what this draws.
Astaroths. There it is. GG.
Found the Astaroth's Reckoning manages to set the defense to 1, and the Onion Patch, the MVP, not just clearing the barriers, but also clearing the first game of the top 8
man.
here. Whew.
Do not underestimate the onions, all right? I think I figured out what was in that soup. That's all I'm going to say.
That soup tastes pretty tunnel-y to me, bro. That's crazy.
All right, seeing the Loot Sword up against the Haven now. Let's take a look. Now, I will say, Abysmo, man of many contradictions here. His name has Abyss in it. His emblem is Rodeo. But he's not doing either of those things. He's playing Rune and Sword. Meanwhile, this is the Haven list we saw earlier that runs the Rodeo. Will it actually come into play? Will it be relevant? Let's find out. Full toss here, trying to find Marwyn, I assume. Okay. Not quite.
Not the end of the world. You have Grimnir, and you can technically play point boost into Congregant to clear any early threats, and also try to find the Marwyn. The only issue with that play is you oftentimes, the early turns, like up to like turn 7 or so, is where you can still afford to trade and clear from your evolves, because you're not doing enough damage from the Marwyn ping. We did find the Marwyn, thank God, especially going second. But it's pretty awkward because, you know, you'll be like, Congregate takes something out, and then you want to trade with it. But you want to pass turn because you need to, like, find your Marwyn off of the end of turn search. So finding the Marwyn here for Lazuri, definitely a very big one. But again, I want to remind all the people watching that Abysmo is playing with the list that they don't actually own all the cards of the list in the game itself, and they're able to play this list because of the tournament mode buff that is brought thanks to the way it works in Shadowverse. So really cool to see that, honestly. I can't get over it.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely intentional, right? Like, they made it so that even if you don't own the cards in your collection, if you're playing in a tournament, you can use whatever you want, because they want the highest level of competition to be determined by, you know, your play lines, your deck building, and not what cards you own. And I really appreciate that, honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Psy Games. Very, very appreciated. This is so huge, by the way. Sincero, Fuse, clear. This is the optimal, I mean, not optimal, but for this specific scenario, the optimal turn 4 going first play, because you get to still continue chipping away damage. This, especially this early chip, is so huge if not answered early, because optimally Lazuri here wants to just go for Marwyn, and then you can trade one thing away. So that means the 3-1 might stick around, and if it does, then you can do Zirconia in order to buff the entire thing and be able to continue, you know, snowballing with that damage and try to close things out with a Sincero in 2 turns time from that.
Well, the only other option is to extra play point into the Congregant, but I think what Lazuri could do also is just do the Marwyn play, as you said, and then the next turn after the Zirconia is out, then you can extra play point into the Unholy Vessel, and that works too. So, depends on how much foresight Lazuri has here. If he ends up, you know, trying to go for the immediate clear with the Congregant, then he doesn't have a clean answer to Zirconia next turn. If he goes with Marwyn now into Vessel next turn, this is actually probably the best outcome. Even if you're taking 4 to the Dome, unfortunately.
Ooh, the pickup of the Quick Blader is huge. This is going to be 6 damage going face if paired with the Zirconia. You do lose the
That is
Zirconia
actually-
if you trade with it. But
That's an auspicious draw, I would say.
oh yeah. Going first, dude, that's like the optimal thing you want to see into a Zirconia turn. I guess Abysmal might be debating if it's, you know, you do lose the Zirconia from
No.
trading it, but it's way
Just
too much
slam
of a tempo swing.
Way too good.
Reason to the shores of victory.
The only downside is this does kind of lose to Salefa, but at that point the damage is done, right?
Yeah. The snowball right now is so good, and it's very important for Sword in this matchup. I think Loot Sword specifically has a very narrow window of where it has an advantage in this matchup. Once you pass, like, turn 8, I feel like, where they're, like, you know, they've got their crests lined up, they're starting to throw, you know, maddening Benizons at you, that's where the game tends to go out of reach for Loot Sword. And so Abysmo needs this early tempo, and you just, you know, you see the board got cleared, but there's nothing on the board for Lazuri. This Sincero
I think you just
does
play the
not have a
Supplicant and use
Super Bowl.
Zirconia again.
Yeah. It's like, all right, you answer that one. Here's round 2. Fight!
Yeah, and you saw that they had to extra play point a Vessel to do so. So you know that they're running low on options. And then now you have Odin Super next turn for a chonkin 7. So only 1 damage has to stick here. And then after that, you Sincero. It's basically curtains unless they Benison. And they can't Benison without downside because they're not at 5 crests.
So what you can do is you can just extra play point Rodeo. You will get to destroy the Zirconia, and then the Grimnir AoE will clear the rest of the board. Because Rodeo does 1 damage to every other follower on top of that. And from that, you could also, because you search out the Dose of Holiness, that will give you the 1 heal. And so therefore, even with Sincero doing 8 damage, because Rodeo buffs the 8/8, that does mean that he will get destroyed before the Sincero actually gets to do the trade Super Evolve 1 ping. This is just barely working out.
Not to mention... Yeah, that actually does work out perfectly. We're seeing right away the Rodeo technology actually working here.
I think the
But
Sincero...
Before...
No, sorry, I'm just
See, I'm
thinking...
wondering, right?
Yeah, no. You go ahead first.
You gotta land the Odin before the amulet comes up, I feel like. Because otherwise that amulet's gonna block that, like, huge amount of burst.
Yeah. The other thing is that I'm assuming there was no fuse on the Sincero with a blade, because if there was a world where you had already fused the blade early and you could have kept the blade, then that would have also been lethal too, where you could have fused Boots Goblet Necklace, do your 8 damage, and then blade to finish it off. But you are sort of at the mercy of any Benisons that might get drawn into, and Lazuri has 1 more chance to do that.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get the Benison, is this just curtains?
I want
Sincero
to
double
say-
damage would get through the damage shield, right?
Yep. The barrier is not enough, because that will just stop the first instance of Sincero's ping. And so therefore, I mean, you can heal up quite a bit this turn.
You can heal a 5.
The thing is, with
right?
only 7
The
points.
dose?
I mean, you can technically heal with, you do have dose, heal to 5, and then you can... Oh, you don't have enough crest to use the Shiny Disenchantment. That's the issue. I was
No.
thinking, it's like Disenchantment would be the play here, but not enough crest to do it is unfortunately looking like it might be what doesn't let Lazuri survive here.
Yeah, with no dose, this is lethal against Sincero. I think what he had to do to live was to dose and then play the spell. Yeah, but now it's an easy Sincero dub, right? Especially since the blade can also just go face to ping the barrier anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't even need to necessarily commit all the fuses in here. The blade, it can just go directly to the leader, get rid of the barrier, and now once you have fused up, that is going to be game. You can also just play Albert Super Evolve and just win off of that, or put the shoes on your Albert, and that will also win you the game. The ways to close this out for Abysmo are quite varied. But it looks like Sincero is going to be the choice, dealing 3, and finally dealing another 3 damage off of this Super Evolve. And Abysmo takes himself to the semifinals with that loot sword play.
I cannot believe that was only the quarters. I feel like those sets were insane.
Yeah.
And we're only just getting started here, guys. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we're headed next. Our next 2 games are going to be the semifinals. Derpy Wisdom and Alejandro are both running a Tempo Forest Mode Abyss lineup. And then we have Artify versus Abysmo, who are running Spell Boost, Crest, and Loot, right? So kind of like a unexpected mix-up at the top half of the bracket, and then sort of the known meta contenders on the bottom half. Who's going to be able to come out on top and become the champion of the day? We'll find out very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 5 minutes for the semifinals.
Pivoting to the more defensive gameplay sooner or later, but I think they're trying to delay it to the point that they can try to trade a Gilnely's heal 5 and then pair that with the Shiny Disenchantment for another heal 4. Sincero coming down, there's going to be a total of 3 damage AoE paired with another 3 damage AoE for that last Super Evolve point.
But remember, that Benison is proccing the turn after, so just an Odin face would be enough here. And then that Benison will take care of the rest.
That was going to be the case. Plays out the Luminous, but we already know Gion, the moment the turn rolls around, the deal 10 damage crest will proc. And
is actually kind of... Does that matter?
That actually would have been 1 off, I think, because the Shiny Disenchantment would have been 4 plus end of turn 5. 1. So you can still play the Servant. And then it just comes down to what you find after that. The only problem is that you basically... Okay, so you essentially... It's the same game plan.
Wait, yeah, if you get Astaroth now. Yep. No Astaroth, though.
No Astaroth. So, close, but not quite it.
Tough. You could spend your super, clear the Noble now, spend the Rider, go face, or Purgatory to clear both bodies. That's fine, too.
Yeah, I think that's important. This clear together with
just play another servant. That's fine.
Because she will give you the, at the very least, clearing the ward here. Stormy Blast.
Yeah, you need to make your hand
now
as
your
small as
enemy is
possible.
the timer.
Yeah.
Dimension Climb.
Kuon?
Do we see the Kuon off the top?
Yes.
We do it. See it.
That's it.
All you need is time. Super Evolve to swing with the Shikigami to take the set. Artify manages to barely come back. The climb after climb to take. You can actually play out the Servant as well, which is quite appreciated.
Probably Stormy Blast first. Just thin your hand even more.
Stormy Blast first. That's you still get to climb after the Stormy Blast.
Here we go.
All right, let's see what this draws.
Astaroths. There it is. GG.
Found the Astaroth's Reckoning. Manages to set the defense to 1, and the Onion Patch, the MVP, not just clearing the barriers, but also
what cards you out. And I really appreciate that, honestly.
Thank you, Mr. Cygames. Very, very appreciated. This is so huge, by the way. Sincero, Fuse, clear. This is the optimal, I mean, not optimal, but for this specific scenario, the optimal turn 4 going first play, because you do lose the Zirconia from trading it, but it's way too much of a tempo swing.
Way too good. The only downside is this does kind of lose to Salefa, but at that point the damage is done, right?
Yeah. The snowball right now is so good, and it's very important for Sword in this matchup. I think Sword... I'm assuming there was no fuse on the Sincero with a blade, because if there was a world where you had already fused the blade early and you could have kept the blade, then that would have also been lethal too, where you could have fused Boots Goblet Necklace. Ways to close this out for Abysmo are quite varied, but it looks like Sincero is going to be the choice, dealing 3 and finally dealing another 3 damage off of this Super Evolve, and Abysmo takes himself to the semifinal.
Humanity sought out glory. Humanity prayed for prosperity. Wish granted, you shall face the trials. You chumps will soon learn that resistance is futile. We are the inheritors of their will, the weavers of your pathetic destinies. Yes, bow before us. The true harbingers of weal and woe. We are the heirs of the Omen's 10. Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. Heirs of the Omen. You thought the trials were over?
Welcome back to Qualifier 3 of the Shadowverse Open. If you are just tuning in, we have had some incredible games so far, but we are now back in the semifinals. Of course, we are your commentators, myself, Different Fight, joined by the one and only Ignidius. Igni, we had some, I feel like both the top end and the lower end of the bracket had some very different sets for us to watch. How are you feeling going into the semifinals?
I mean, that is going to be the through line of today, because even going into this, in the semis, the top end of the bracket and the bottom end of the bracket, the top end, both players are running the same lineup, and the bottom end, both players are playing the same lineup. It's weird how they've been separated this way. But yes, if you missed it, make sure to check the VOD, because we do look over each of the individual deck lists. But just a quick recap, Derpy Wisdom and Alahan Pro are both playing, shocker, Tempo with Miera Bane, Forest Craft, and Mode Abyss. Meanwhile, Artify and Abysmo, I believe, are both playing Spell Boost Rune and Loot Sword. So also kind of a shocker. No Crest in top 4.
Yeah, that's, you know, we had what? I think the total count of all the decks before we went into the tournament was, for the top cut, was 6 Spell Boost, 3 Crest, 3 Loot, 2 Tempo Forest, 2 Mode. The 2 modes and the 2 Tempo Forest survived. 2 of the 3 loots survived. And we essentially, we've been chopped down to essentially what? Just 2 Spell Boosts, right? 2 Spell Boosts, 2 loots. And then 2 Tempo Forest, 2 Mode. It's like everything is in 2s. It's perfect.
It's perfectly balanced, as they say. I just think it's hilarious that they've been separated on separate sides of the bracket somehow. Like, both tempos facing each other early. Speaking of which, let's just hop right into the game, respecting your time here, because the next match is our first semifinals. Derpy Wisdom versus Alahan Pro. Just getting the portraits set up here. And we're going to head into the match very soon. The players are already in the lobby.
Oh.
In the Tempo Forest versus Tempo Forest match, Chris, do you go for the Mirabane angle, or do you just try to hit them as hard as possible?
I wonder. I do feel like the Tempo Forest mirror is very... I wonder, is it going first or going second favored? Like, the Mirabane is going second favored, but the aggressive play is more going first favored. Which one do you think it is?
I wonder, because the Mirabane deck, just to quick recap, is a one of every card in the Heirs of the Omen set. Let's jump right into the game here. Well, you know what? Let's table that for now, because it's going to be the Abyss Mirror first. Seems like neither player wants to do the tempo for Abyss Mirror. We'll pick that. We'll put a pin in it and pick it back up later. In the mode Abyss Mirror, I feel like most of it just settles down to who gets their Shamnasha off first, right?
Yeah, and I do feel like the optimal speed is usually, at least in my experience of playing this deck, I feel it's like about turn 7 is where you get to actually play out the Shamnaha the fastest.
And I mean, both players have pretty fast ways to activate right now. Alahan Pro got both the Chaos Cyclones and the Devotees and the Screaming and Loathing, which, as we know, can cycle into more Screaming and Loathings. Meanwhile, the Derpy Wisdom has Shamnasha already in hand. So that is a bit of a breath of relief, I think, in the mirror, right? Because, like, you can get your mode to 10 as fast as possible, but if your Shamnasha's at the bottom, you're going to lose that game. So just seeing it in your hand is a bit of a comfort.
Man, their lists are so similar that, like, the only difference is the Vuela, I think, in terms of, because you either play, one side is playing Reaper's Deathflash and Leah Bellringer Angel at 3 each, and the other side is cutting that for Vuela, which is quite interesting to see how that's going to actually play out.
I think that play from Derpy Wisdom just now did give away a lot of information. Shamnasha with Reaper's Deathslash pretty much confirms that one of the cards in Derpy Wisdom's hand is another Shamnasha. Otherwise, you wouldn't do that, I feel like. So that's interesting. Oh, meanwhile, Alejandro did pick up the Shamnasha on his end as well. I think this is still anybody's game. I think Alejandro might get the activations earlier because he has the Supplicant in hand, which is just, 2 more procs.
Yep. We see the 7/7 being set up. However, we know that the Reaper's Deathflash has found a prime target to take out potentially here. Or you can also Screaming and Loathing to try to chip away at it first. But looks like it is indeed going to be Leah Reaper's Deathflash in order to get a card draw while you're taking that out. The mode counts are very similar across the board. That being said, Derpy Wisdom has to draw into something good here off of this Chaos Cyclone in order to keep those modes going. Ooh. And we stop for a turn.
Yeah, it looks like the mode count has sort of stalled here for Derpy Wisdom, but no such problem for Alahan Pro. He's got both the Devotee and the Supplicant and the Screaming and Loathing in hand to boost that count. And it looks like it is going to be just, Screaming and Loathing for the play point recover and the follower draw. And then you can even just slam down a Supplicant. Or is it better to do the Devotee? It's technically bigger stats. And the Supplicant can be saved for a removal.
Definitely on the Devotee camp here. I feel like setting up big stats, because the Supplicant doesn't give you the heal, doesn't give you the damage. So you're doing those 2 effects and evolving for not much avail just to present a 6/6. You might as well, if you're just doing it to present stats, might as well make it 7/7, right?
Yeah, but I think that if Alejandro thought that through, then he could have instead gone for spell and follower draw, because he leaves a play point unspent anyway. And that way he would have had another Screaming and Loathing for the next turn. So I think a bit of a misplay in that sense, where, yeah, he doesn't end up getting the other Screaming and Loathing, and the play point recovery he did with the Screaming and Loathing that he did play ended up being not even, worth mentioning.
That is true. That being said, we can actually get Shamnaha active this very turn potentially by just evolving either the Supplicant or the Devotee again was actually also a choice. But Shamnaha will now, of course, get the mode 10 discounted to make all modes count as 2 now. In pretty good timing. You do have Cerberus available for next turn in case any part of this board sticks, which unfortunately it will not, as Derpy gets to play out their first Cerberus instead.
I'll also say that Derpy's mode count is unfortunately quite low here, only at 5. Meanwhile, Alejandro is already got it procced. I mean, that turn 9 Gin Yuzu is looking pretty devastating into a Gin Yuzu that doesn't have the double mode, right?
Yeah, it's that. Plus, I mean, once either of these players starts to see their congregant, it's kind of crazy. They're both stuck at the bottom 20 potentially on both of these mode players. But especially for Alejandro, that's going to be a very wide board coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Alejandro, I would say. Just because he has the quest active already. And we see Gin Yuzu in hand, but also Rule and Val. Derpy Wisdom has the payoffs, but he isn't at the threshold yet, making this a much harder game to win. And in fact, is he even forced to play Medusa here, which would stall his mode count again?
I was about to say, Medusa here, unfortunately, you can't even, like, Screaming and Loathing refund a play point first either. You're just forced to do the Medusa, and that's another turn spent without actually committing to modes. And I'm afraid in the mirror, it really is who gets to do the modes first gets a crazy advantage. I mean, that's literally, you're getting to play double the benefits of the deck you're playing.
Yeah, this Gin Yuzu is going to be pretty backbreaking. Getting both the heal and the 4 one-tailed fluxes. And then off the back of that, there's even a congregant in the back there.
Yeah, the crazy part is that for Derpy here, the Gin Yuzu can technically... I mean, you do get the full clear regardless, because you get to, you know, destroy everything and you're still good. Is this a Shamnaha yoink the Gin Yuzu angle?
That's, yeah, that is 100% the case, because the Gin Yuzu play was not technically a full clear if it hit the wrong targets, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could technically evolve to try to cover for it.
Yeah, but even if you
but it would be
super
one
the
off,
Gin
huh?
Yuzu, it would be one off.
Yeah, it would be one. It would be one attack off, huh?
So this had to be
Indoor
done,
there.
frankly. Yeah.
Yep, still not a full clear, but I think it's the most optimal form of clear.
Ooh, and we even see the Vuela picked up here.
Wow,
And Rudenai Val.
beautiful.
That's beautiful. And we mentioned this earlier. You can actually save the Wings of Desire as well if you so please for a bigger burst. But I think this is totally fine. Just spending it to deal 9 to the dome. Especially since you have the 2 others in your hand anyway. So it's probably fine.
The other important thing is that next turn, you theoretically have the option of like Vuela Rulinai, and that gives you the chance to actually push beyond the 5 damage or 8 damage that Rulinai and Valneric are capped at. And that actually will be the way to clear the game out here, because this will make the Storm Rulinai and Valneric hit for 10 damage, and we see that indeed who gets to mode up first does get the very big advantage here, as Alejandro is going to take it with this Vuela buff with a 10 lethal over Derpy Wisdom.
At the end of the day, it was just like, had all the supplicants, all the devotees, and that's what really made the difference. That's 2 mode procs in 1 card. And, you know, not only that, but you're also presenting stat that forced Derpy to spend turns clearing rather than advancing his own game plan. It was on the back foot that entire time, starting turn 4, basically.
Yep, exactly. And now we still don't get to see the Forest Mirror as much as we want to, but it's gonna be the showdown of Forest versus Abyss. This is a matchup I didn't think we'd get to see today, but alas. I'm very curious about the mulligan when you're going first. Ooh, second mirror being picked up. Probably not.
Alejandro not super happy
into.
about that. Yeah, I mean, you see his facial expressions. He's wearing his heart on his sleeve here. He was considering mulliganing away the Mirabane, but it was like, no, you know, mode has a lot of heal, has a lot of wards. I'm gonna need the Mirabane. Well, the game heard you loud and clear. Now you have 2 that you have to contend with. I mean, the good news is that you can just slam a Mirabane on turn 4, right? In this scenario, get the great testimony, and then play it again turn 5. to get the effect off. And then you have 2 great testimonies that you can use to help clear enemy boards into your Mirabane game plan.
Dude, this devotee is doing so much work this turn. Look at this.
Apollo who? I don't know him. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, then Amato's off the top was actually quite big. This presents a 5-5. It is, of course, on turn 4 instead of 3, so it has lost a bit of its impact as a 5-5 that can tank things because you can evolve over it now. And you can evolve over it with a 7-7, which is even more impactful.
Yeah, that being said, though, this puts the devotee down to 2 defense. Could just slam a Mirabane into it. You're not even that upset. Oh, hold up!
Oh, that's
The
beautiful.
Bellringer means that the Mirabane can't take out the 7-2 without committing great testimony.
Oh, that is beautiful. The reanimate 2 option. I honestly, when I saw the Chaos Cycle and Hovar, was like, oh, going for the search. Okay, that's, I mean, fair, right? But this actually shifts the timeline entirely. Like, you have to use the great testimony now.
And now you're at the whims of fate, baby. Because usually you want to keep the great testimony just in case.
Here's the angle. You
or
pass.
do
Yes.
not-
There we go. I was hoping to see that.
Not go for the game plan, saving it for later.
I think it's fine because this way you theoretically can Mirabane and use the 2 fairies. The 2 fairies can clear out the Bellringer, and then Mirabane can evolve over whatever you need to evolve over, right?
Yeah, plus you keep the great testimony in hand that way. This also lets you pivot next turn. If they don't have Congregant or a bunch of wards, you can try to do a little bit of chip with your Roach or your Odin first as well.
Just playing her out again. Ooh. Oh, this is big. This is so big because I was going to say you had the initial angle of playing out fairies with the Bale and actually putting stats on board that can get traded away will actually let the Bale go to 0 before, so that you can actually play Fairy Bale in order to basically have all of that down before you commit the Mirabane.
Yeah, actually, was evolving that Bellringer an unfortunate consequence here. Oh, you could just Roach face.
Yep.
What
You
about
can also
that?
just Roach face. Holding that Mirabane for quite some time. I'm not disliking it. I think it's quite cool to still continue down this path. I think especially because you have Odin in hand, you can try to see how far the aggro game plan gets you before you start to, as you said, you know, play off the whims of fate.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at, right? You have the Roach and the Odin in hand. Do the chip first. Then when you Mirabane, right? You don't even have to necessarily deck out. What if you just draw Galmu on time? Then you win.
Oh. Now we're talking.
I mean, we saw that happen literally today, so we know it can be done.
Devotee into Supplicant here is pretty good, but it eats your extra play point. But it gives you full clear. You do the 1 damage AoE, and then you can do the 3 damage. Will hit both of the things remaining at 3 defense.
Is there a way to do it without extra? Not really. I mean, technically yes, but you'd have to spend a super on Gilnelis. You would Gilnelis debuff the Roach, super the Gilnelis, debuff the Roach again, and trade it into the Bale. This would save your extra play point, meaning you can extra into Kerberos next turn, which might be better.
Touch me.
Oh, time is of the essence.
Interesting. Leaving the Bale up!
Oh,
Huh?
that's... We are eating potentially 11 damage here. This is going to be a big one.
I don't know about that. That's kind of risky. I would have maybe cleared the Roach and then traded the 3-attack Giln. That would have
I
represented
do
more
agree with
defense
that.
gain. Yeah.
I think you're going to have to loop the heal off of this one. Yup. That is indeed going to be the target off the Cerberus here. Because I think if you don't have the heal, you also have to trade one of the heals in because you lose to Odin off the top.
Yeah, true and real.
True and
Trading
real.
both in just in case.
I'm not sure if you
Is
needed
it
the
time?
second one. I think you could have lived without the second, but because leaving up threats on board is also not something that this deck wants to see either.
This is the Mierabane great testimony into the Cerberus, and then you just trade this into the Mimi.
Yep. And I mean,
You leave
Grimnir
up a
Crest
3
also
attack.
proving.
Fine, I guess. Oh no, yeah, the Grimnir Crest would clear. That's right. Yeah, you're totally fine. Azure Ifrit off the top would be able to clear any board that comes his way next turn. Like, if they choose to Congregant here, it would just get taken down by Azure Ifrit, which is kind of hilarious.
Chad, are you
Is
team
that something
Azure
you-
Ifrit or team Azure Ifrit? I need to know.
Okay. What do you team, Chris?
I'm
'Cause it
Azure Ifrit.
seems
That's,
like
how,
from the way
that's the
you
first
lead
time I
into
heard
this.
Azure Ifrit, dude.
I was just gonna say, by the way you led into this, it seems like you have umbrage with the way I pronounce it. All right. So... interesting.
Oh, this is awkward. This is incredibly awkward. You have no evolve points. You can hit your mode 10 here, but you can't play the Shamnaha without clearing this board, and you're 10 defense. So you are very much at the mercy of what comes off the top here.
And very nice for Alejandro. He actually got the Castle of Entwining right away. So he's able to dig a little bit as well.
You can technically, like, do 2 damage. You either can do 3 damage off Azure Ifrit or do 2 damage from the Sincero, because you just happen to find the lair.
The lair, yeah. That is kind of hilarious.
It's kind of interesting, because I guess in terms of stats on board, Sincero does pose a bigger threat. Oh, it looks like that is going to be the play. Because you can also use Castle potentially in the same turn too.
Mm-hmm. So just double fuse into Sincero here. Oh!
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Instead, playing a bit more defensively, trying to heal up a little bit.
There's Marwyn. You can actually evolve the Marwyn for the
You can
crest.
evolve the Marwyn. That's
Goodness me.
pretty big.
And
You do have
actually,
to-
even if Derpy puts up a big board here, he ended up drawing the Congregant, so it's a pretty easy clear too. The Congregant of Destruction.
Yep. You have 2 things on board that, by default, you can Akshia Congregant for triple clear. And Akshia is going to be just chilling as well.
Bite the tongue.
Kill the heart.
Ooh, very patient.
Saving the
But also-
spells. I think Derpy Wisdom is going to go for a 15 damage burst is the game plan here. As long as he finds another Ruinai.
Yeah, that's... We're very quickly approaching that point in time, too.
Here it is.
Oh, it's happening. It's actually happening. Because you have 6 play points, you could actually get full clear and do 3 damage to face here. It's actually so big.
Now you just have to draw Calview.
Yes! He's got
And-
the
And you
dominant
have
advantage.
Greatness Awakened in hand, meaning you have 4 draws to get Galmew next turn.
But you have to draw Galmew while you still have 7 play points available.
Yeah, but Greatness Awakened recovers 3 play points if you have no dupe.
Oh, you're so right. You're
So
so
it
right.
only
You're so
costs-
right.
It would only cost
You're
1.
so right. Okay, we're healing out. That's gonna help
Okay,
a little
Galmew
bit.
is
Ooh,
Alright,
this is
double.
gonna be a very big turn, though.
That is pretty big. That's 9 to face
is like-
with
this is
2
checkmate.
sweetness in hand. This is checkmate. You have to win this turn or you die. Let's see if he can pull it off. I don't think there's enough, man.
Do you... It's not... The heel is kind of breaking there right now, right? It's like... Greatness?
No Galmew.
Don't even leave the dust behind.
That's unfortunate. 2 sweetnesses are just going to be dealing 10 damage. Doesn't have the heal out of range, right? The goblet puts him to 10 exactly.
You don't have the evolve. No, there was no evolve to try to make it out. That's exactly
And now-
10, which is exactly enough.
Goodness gracious. Saving the Gilnelis, or sorry, the Rulenai Valnric spell to get buffed by the Gilnelis was exactly the right line. Derpy Wisdom found the out, and you know what that means, Chris? It means it's a Tempo Mirabane Forest mirror match to decide. And let me just remind everybody at home here, this is the semifinals. The winner of this match goes to Grand Finals in October, because it's the top 2 that qualify. So this is a very important Tempo Mirabane mirror that we're about to witness here.
Potentially, the whims of fate off of the Mirabane crest will determine who gets the winning into the Grand Finals. Man, this is... I wouldn't have it any other way.
I will say pretty interestingly here, Derpy Wisdom not only has the Mirabane, but is also going second. So that turn 4 is available to him if he chooses to go for it.
I mean, this opening hand is not looking to have much aggro potential. Gonna just immediately use the extra play point as well to present stats on board, knowing that, you know, the Mei cannot be set up in a way that clears this. It would have been forced to potentially make a fairy just to try to trade over the 2/2, but that's not going to be happening.
I guess it makes sense anyway, because you can only Mirabane evolve on your turn 4. There's no point in, you know, cheating it out. So, yeah, just spend the early play points to prevent yourself from taking chip, and then go from there.
Ooh, will this Titania be as impactful this game? All right, both players seeing their Titanias. This Amataz. Are we going to see the grand debut of Vanilla Amataz?
I think maybe Derpy Wisdom was thinking, like, if he did save the extra flip point, he would have been able to play Titania here. So, a little unfortunate. Now he's got to figure out if he wants to play Titania turn 4 or if he wants to play Mirabane.
Speaking of which, hits the board for Alejandro. That is the crest secured for the rest of the game, regardless of what happens next. Lots of chip here and there, and the Cynthia picked up right on time for this evolve turn. That could also be a Cynthia angle. Looks like Mirabane is not going to be it just yet. I think might also be worth to set up Titania together with Aria crest, so that way you have a consistent 1 damage that you can put down to face on top of whatever you're being handed by Mirabane.
Yeah, also leaving up any board in the mirror is a hard ask, because they could always find a Cynthia or a Twinkle Toes, and then suddenly the 1 damage you ignored is a lot more that you're taking to the dome. So it was just not a safe position to play Mirabane there. I think it is going to be the Titania, yep.
Alright,
very nice.
Titania. The evolve, transform into a fairy, make that board clear much easier. And now that's one of the crests down.
I think we might even see the Aria, like you said.
I think so. I mean, especially in this mirror, I feel like it matters even more than anywhere else.
Is this just triple fairy Roach evolve Roach phase?
I do think so. I 100% do think that's the case, and they're gonna commit the evolve 6 damage coming in. However,
I mean, this is
novel,
Chris. But I was just gonna say this Tempo Forest is new. So
Yeah.
every play here I'm seeing for the first time in this metagame.
But I just wanted to mention also, Alejandro, while, again, the early aggro has been phenomenal, right? This advantage of aggression has been so good. The problem is, there's no Mirabane on the other side. So if we run out of gas, it's gonna be a problem.
And we mentioned this earlier as well, but because of the repose package that's in the Mirabane deck, there's actually quite a lot of control tools. So, that being said, Odin super into Roach might just be it.
Odin face! Dude, I've just
Maybe
been quietly
Mirabane was
waiting,
bait.
but this is it. You have the second Roach in hand. This is the angle.
And Derpy Wisdom does not have the way. Oh, that being said, 2 wards actually pretty impactful here.
Ocean
Can
Man.
Illusory Conjuration to just put on a fairy or whatever, and then just play the knight, and that's another ward, right?
Yup. That. Oh man, without, some of the tools that regular Roach forests have to help clear the board, like that Bale, you are missing a little bit
Wait,
here.
Cynthia, super the
This is
that's
it.
enough, right?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's just
Super
game.
the Cynthia. Yep. That's game because that's exactly 1 damage from the super. Trade the buffed fairies. Roach face. Mirabane did not work out because Alejandro had so much early chip, and we see that mattering a lot there, especially with that Odin off over the top. In the end, the Mirabane was not able to stabilize.
That Odin was everything, I want to say. If that Odin was not part of the calculation, being able to answer the board specifically, it was that turn or never again, because that was the only instance where there was only 1 ward in the way. If that had happened 1 turn later, that would have been curtains, right? You'd be spending that Odin on trading, and that's not what you want to be doing. But just like that, we have our first finalist, our first person to lock in the slot, which is absolutely incredible. We can take a look at the bracket, see Alejandro lock in that final spot, and of course, the invite into the grand finals at the end of October. And now we get to see who is gonna join Alejandro in the finals. It feels like all the players that have A at the start of their names seem to have an advantage in this SVO, and we're gonna see which one of the 2 remaining A's is gonna make it to the finals between Artify and Abysmo.
And just to remind everybody at home, once again, Artify and Abysmo are running the same lineup of Spell Boost Runecraft and Loot Swordcraft. So it's going to come down to hand quality, play lines, and the little text in the deck building of which one comes out on top here. Now, you said Abysmo, free-to-play king, and Artify, a champion from other card games coming in. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch, even just story-wise, on who comes out on top here. Do you just scout with the rune just because it's the easiest, most reliable thing, you say?
I do think so. We've said this before as well, where it just feels like when you have the rune at your disposal, it has an overall very good matchup spread into the majority of the format. And I do feel like it is a pretty safe one to open with. Loot Mirror. I mean, looking at their 2 lists, Amelia versus Luminous Magus. Luminous Magus actually is pretty annoying because if you play Luminous Magus before they can play the Sincero, then Loot actually struggles to clear unless it has the Congregant. So, I feel like in that mirror, you need very specific tools to answer wide boards. And overall, it's been found, especially in the Japanese community, I feel like there's been a lot of players highlighting, if you can go wide against Loot at the specific timings where they don't get to Sincero or after they've burned their Super Evolves, that can be what determines the game. But, looks like we do have the sword into the rune for the first match.
Sword versus rune, it feels very even to me from when I played it. How do you feel going into this? Because you've been playing a lot of Loot Sword, right?
Yeah, it's a little tough. I think as long as you can embrace the aggressive playstyle for Loot, I think you do have a fair edge. And looking at this opening hand, going second for Artify looks
Not
quite
bad.
solid with the Zirconia, right?
Yeah, this is basically what you want if you're Artify. The only thing that could be better is a second Quick Blader to play on turn 1. And then you're off to the race.
Yeah, I think that Lance Trooper is definitely a difficult one to choose to keep or change, but gonna choose to mulligan. And here we're gonna see, I mean, well, you even have the option of like turn 1 Quick Blader, turn 2 Devotee, turn 3 Playpoint boost the Zirconia, see if it sticks.
Yeah. That's actually pretty big. Like, if they don't have a Stormy Blast that's boosted on time, that Zirconia sticks, and that means it's buffing the board and going face for 6.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Returning slash... Also a reminder to everyone watching, don't forget to do your weekend lobby tournament to get that returning slash icon.
Oh, you're right. I haven't done that yet. Thank you for the reminder.
We know what to do after this cast.
Yeah. I'm going to get dinner and do that.
All right, burns the extra play point and finds the Quick Blader. Although now don't have the extra play point for that potential turn 4 Zirconia Quick Blader play. But at least now you do have something to do on turn 3, but it depends on what is set up here. The really strong part is that the Sage Light was not ready. And the only thing is that it will be ready for next turn. So you have to think about what kind of board you really want to commit, because committing too many resources does get answered by Sage Light, and you, the sword player, know that as well, because they have 4 play points at their disposal.
I think that's okay, though. You force them to commit their Sage Light, they're out of sigils, meaning their Norman's more awkward, and then use Zirconia next turn anyway. So they have to do it again. True. Right? So I think it's fine either way. The only thing, I think the extra play point on that previous turn was correct, because otherwise the Melvie would have been able to trade over the Quick Blader. That's unacceptable in terms of like stopping your aggression, like you said. I think this is totally an acceptable outcome. Now you just Zirconia evolve. They're going to have trouble dealing with it again. They have no stacks, and you saw Sage Light out. And then if any of this sticks, you just Zirconia again.
Yeah. This could just be Zirconia to determine the game. And your Blast is not doing enough to actually hit either, which is pretty big. The most you can do is 4 damage off of it right now.
That's 5 damage blast, but that's not 6.
That might... Ooh. It's not enough. It actually stuck. This is huge. This is...
Is Albert just playing?
This is game. This is game. This is game. You have 13
Albert's
damage plus the blade. That's game. Zirconia evolve.
No, you just
either that or the Albert. You've got a game both ways.
Hilarious. I think, yeah, just Artify knew that the way to get the edge was to force a response, and they can't heal, right? So you just push the damage and win. Made it look very easy, in fact. That's pretty impressive. Yeah.
That was, I think, also the fastest game of this entire weekend so far as well. Oh. Definitely spoiled for choice on how to take lethal there too. I mean, I was looking for the more complex route, but the Albert was right there in front of us for that turn 2. And now we see the Rune Mirror.
Too. Yeah, Rune Mirror, again, comes down to Burgeons and Normans, really. A game of Burgeons and Normans, in my opinion. And of course, what you roll off of your climb. But if one can get the early advantage with a Norman up, it gets really hard for the other player.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be, you know, not just a game of hand quality, but also gonna be a game of being able to, again, we saw how important certain cards like Burgeon are, right, in this matchup. So both players, I'm pretty sure, are running her at 2. Their lists are quite similar. Again, it's the difference between Penelope and Apprentice Astrologer. So it's really going to be coming down to how this mirror plays itself out.
Ooh, 2 climbs and no boosters. Not ideal. I guess Abysmo just plays the astrologer here. Yeah, toss away the Cocytus. Oh, interesting. Toss it. Oh wait, okay, never mind. Got it back. It's all good. I was gonna say the Virgin's like your best Norman answer. So
yeah, right. I feel like in the mirror, it's quite important. I mean, I'm sure that it comes down to both players, you know, testing in prep and how they see the cards in this matchup. But looks like instead, Abysmo was prioritizing the Anangrea, expecting, you know, I guess it kind of makes sense because you expect the opponent. But if they would have kept the extra play point, you would then expect the Anangrea to come down first from Artify's side, and then you have to answer that. But when you know that the extra play point's not there and you're the first one that can play out the Anangrea, I feel like especially, I mean, I guess it makes sense that they prioritize that because that can put on the pressure first, right? Ooh, version number 2.
Overdraw here, though.
Uh-oh. With no Dimension Climb in hand, by the way.
No Dimension Climb in hand and facing down a potential 6 damage on board. It's a little concerning.
His homework's too hard.
And gets the brew off the top, not bad.
Yeah,
and gets
that was
a
a pretty
Norman. Not. Yeah, that was very nice. I think the next few turns are pretty clear here for Artify, right? You just Anangrea turn 5. Okay, not the worst mill.
No, I do think this is a Burgent instead of the Anangrea, because Burgent plus the 2 onions gives you the clear. I think if both of the followers on the board were a taller combination, it would have been Anangrea. But here, as we saw, like in answering Norman, it's just so important to have the onion patch to clear the barriers.
Oh no,
I think setting that up.
I meant for Artify his next 3 turns.
Oh, you mean for Artify? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. No, but no, I agree with you. Yeah, 100%. The Burgeon was the right play there, especially going into a turn 6 Norman, like we've been talking about ad nauseum. It's your best barrier popper. That's all there is to it.
My bad, boss. My bad.
All good, dog. They were both playing Spell Boost Rune with very similar lists, so who can say?
Gotta really specify which player we're talking about from which perspective. Not just for our own sake, but also for everyone watching.
Real and true.
Real and true.
The Dimension Climb is picked up from Abysmo's side, though. Probably, yeah, just Norman, I would
very
say.
much barely on time, too. But, because that could have been the overdraw from last turn.
Right. Yeah, just double barrier, I suppose.
You kind of want to be healing at the same time because you're down to 12. So that is kind of staring down a potential lethal from a... What is it? Do you want to call Kuon turn? So I think healing and barriering is pretty good when they don't have Burgeon.
I think you could have taken the risk and did the double barrier there, knowing that you have Sagelight in the back, but I understand the hesitation for sure. It's just that now this board is now this board is just way easier to answer is my contention with that, right? Especially because you knew that Artify didn't have the Burgeon, right? So like if you put 2 barriers up, it would have been significantly harder.
Yeah, I do think this is... I mean, at the end of the day, it was clearable in both instances, I think. It just comes down to whether you would have made them use the Stormy Blast or not. So instead, it was just a call. And, I mean, at the end of the day, I think the healing is going to be pretty good in the long term. What's also really good is that this Onion Patch doesn't actually have a target to swing into. So that late drawn Dimension Climb is actually not really going to be going places for the time being.
Edelweiss has a 4 play point 2/2, baby. That's right. We're seeing lots of things happening in this game.
Haven't seen one of those in a while. Yeah. It's kind of rare.
What's going on, man? We saw a 6 play point 5/5 Norman with no effect. We saw a 4 play point 2/2 Edelweiss with no effect.
Yeah, for one of the wards to not unmask is pretty rare. It reminds me of in the physical version of Shadowverse, one of the wards actually does not have an evolved form, so they cannot unmask.
Unfortunate. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a Norman. There's not really any other elegant play here. What are you saving those evolve points till next game? Might as well spend them.
Yeah, 100%. It's also, I mean, you're gonna take out the Edelweiss here. It's not like they're gonna hard evolve her or anything, but at the end of the day, it's a way to prevent ways for these golems to be taken out. At the end of the day, both of their barriers are gonna get popped just simply by the onion patches, but there's actually a pretty good Anangrea turn, except for the fact that it eats up your super evolve.
Nah, but you could sync the demonic calls, but I think we've learned from the previous matches that saving the demonic call for a potential OTK is valuable. That being said, he is just gonna go for it. I mean, I kind of understand this line too, right? Because your dimension climb is still at 13, so this does make some sense.
You see the Kuon as well, so this is actually not a bad form of clear while doing some chip damage. So this way you get to trade the 3-3 as well as, the 3-3 and then the 2-1 as well as the onion patch get to trade into the wards. Kuon trades into the big Norman, and then you still get another 5 damage into the face together with that chip damage from the super evolve effect. So overall, I think that's a pretty good, almost feels like first blood in this matchup, but both players have been
in a lot of ways.
So that's very temporary.
But with no sigils on board, the healing for Artify isn't free here, so I do understand why the push was made there. And now it's kind of awkward for Artify, honestly. Like, I feel like he was kind of on the back foot this whole game, but now he's got a bunch of calls but no Kuons, a bunch of climbs but no WinCon, and the army drawn way too late too.
It's a little tough with this.
Like,
hand
do you
right
have
now.
to just Sage Light heal and then Stormy Blast to Kuon and then double trade the call? Oh, there is a line. You could super evolve the Penelope. It draws you 2 and heals you 2. Not what you want to be spending your super evolves on, but technically it's something you could do.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I'm just laying out the options, alright?
You're like, you didn't get to do too much that turn, and these climbs are not being discounted too much, but you are holding 5 spell boosts in the hand right now, so those climbs will go down to 3. And then the question is finding the follow-up, really. It's like, are you going to just be committing board clear and then dimension climbing, praying you draw into 5 good cards? Ultimately, you want to put down something like a Kuon and then dimension climb.
Yeah? I think there's not really a choice, though. You kind of have to climb now?
Yeah, it's one of the options.
Otherwise, you're doing nothing. Yeah.
Ooh, very, very good climb there.
That's a good pull.
Finding not just 1, but 2 dimension shifts off of that is very huge. I wonder if you use the Foresight first, but we're committing the Kuon here because it's going to get the buff from everything that has been destroyed until now.
Yeah,
There is an issue in
it's
that.
going to be a big noble.
Yeah, a huge noble. But I think if you don't commit the climb here, you risk leaving up that Anangrea, which will be a very effective way of clearing out this board. So I think you want to climb and see what this draws first. What is it?
Does get Anangrea!
Ooh.
Fantastic!
That's all you needed to see. But now, the timer.
You gotta make the
timer.
trades!
Most importantly, the 16 damage to face. Does it Process on time. It does. Thank God.
It does. And now he has Gilnelis in hand for the next turn. Sweetness of Veracity will be doing 5 to the dome if Abysmo doesn't heal, which is looking...
If there is a turn, we have Kokaitis with a 0-cost Dimension Climb in hand here.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, Kokaitis into Climb might just be the way. Is it gonna be Astaroth's Reckoning? Artify head in hand. Can't watch. No Astaroths!
Ooh, that was a close call. Artify still praying, still not sure what's in that hand. But surely, given the delay, you know what to expect.
No
This is actually-
Astaroth scene.
Oh, the triple Silent Rider is insane to see. But right now, this Gilnelis is going to take it just from playing her. The sweetness of Veracity will deliver the sweetness of victory to Artify, taking him to the finals with that 2-0 victory. Wow.
Bars.
That was very clean. That, like, actually very well played in that specific matchup. I honestly, the sword game had me impressed, but that rune game as well, really, I mean, shout outs to both players. I mean, Abysmo played super well. It was really cool to see the entire run, but Artify, you know, has so far a very strong showing going into the finals here.
I mean, you said it yourself, right? Artify, World's competitor at some other card games, bringing that talent to Worlds Beyond. You'll love to see it. Let's take a look at the bracket before we head into the Grands. So, very importantly here, both Alejandro and Artify Alejandro and Artify are already qualified to the SVO Grand Finals in October in Singapore. So, huge congratulations to them. Now, they're fighting for the glory of who is champion, as well as $700 US. So, still a lot on the line in this finals match, and it's going to be really curious to see who takes it. Tempo Forest and Modibus, or the more standard lineup of Spellboost Rune and Loot Sword. Let's find out right after the very short break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Do not go anywhere. You're going to want to see this final match.
Wow.
And Rulenai Val. That's beautiful. And we mentioned this earlier. You can actually save the Wings of Desire as well if you so please for a bigger burst. But I think this is totally fine. Just spending it to deal 9 to the dome.
Cap that. And that actually will be the way to clear the game out here, because this will make the Storm Roland and Valneric hit for 10 damage. And we see that indeed who gets the mode up first does get the very big advantage here, as Alejandro is going to take it with this Vela buff with a 10 lethal over Derpy Wisdom.
You would Gilnelis debuff the Roach, super the Gilnelis, debuff the Roach again, and trade it into the Bale. This would save your extra play point, meaning you can extra into Kerberos next turn, which might be better.
Oh, time is of the essence.
Interesting. Leaving the Bale up.
Oh,
Huh?
that's exactly
And
10,
now-
which is exactly enough.
Goodness gracious. Saving the Gilnelis, or sorry, the Rulenai Valneric spell to get buffed by the Gilnelis.
Forest have to help clear the board. Like that Bale, you are missing a little bit
Wait,
here.
Cynthia, super the... Yeah,
This is
that's
it.
enough, right?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's just
Super
game.
the Cynthia. Yep. That's game, because that's exactly, 1 damage from the super, trade the buffed fairies, Roach Face, Miera Bane did not work out because...
No, it actually stuck. This is huge. This is
Albert just... Wait,
this is
Albert's
game. This is
lethal.
game. This is game. You have 13
Albert's just
damage
lethal.
plus the blade. That's game. Zirconia Evolve.
No, you use
Either
Albert.
that or the
Lethal.
Albert. You've got game both ways.
Hilarious. I think, just Artify knew that the way to get the edge was to force a response, and they can't heal.
The
Right.
buff from everything that has been destroyed until now. There is an issue in
It's
that.
gonna be a big noble.
Yeah, a huge noble. But I think if you don't commit the climb here, you risk leaving up that Enengrea, which will be a very effective way of clearing out this board. So I think you want to climb and see what this draws first. What is
Does
it?
get Enengrea!
Ooh.
Fantastic!
That's all you needed to see. But now, the timer.
You gotta make the
timer.
trade!
Most importantly, the 16 damage to face. Does it process? Rider is insane to see. But right now, this Gilnalise is going to take it just from playing her. The sweetness of Veracity will deliver the sweetness of victory to Artify.
UD presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yudi, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
UD presents Shadowverse Etiquette 101. Ignidius and DF present SVO Qualifier 3 Grand Finals, baby. Welcome back. It's time to see who's going to take it all in this third qualifier, in this final showdown between Alahan Pro and Artify. We are your commentators, myself, Chris /Different Fight, with Mr. Ignidius, of course. Welcome back.
I mean, this one's going to be a really interesting one, right? With Alahan Pro running the Tempo Forest Mode Abyss versus Artify's Loot Sword Spell Boost rune. A very untested lineup that just popped up recently. I believe Atomu is the one who popularized it on the Japanese pro side. Meanwhile, Artify running the more tried and true lineup that has been popping up week after week. Are we going to be not only crowning the champion of Qualifier 3, but maybe crowning the champion of the meta as a whole? Let's find out, right? I'm super excited to get into it. The players are already in the lobby. To remind everybody in the chat, this is a single elimination format. But you're already at finals, obviously. But the top two is the one who qualifies to SVO Grand Finals. So both these players already qualified to Grand Finals. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing on the line, because the second place gets 800 USD while the first gets 1500. So this is a 700 USD money match that we're about to witness right here, right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. I think we can take a look as the players are preparing for this final showdown one more time at our two players that remain here, Alahan Pro and Artify. So we haven't really talked about where the players are from throughout this tournament, but Artify is from Thailand, and on the other side, Alahan Pro is from Romania. So I actually have some EU representation here, which is very nice to see in the Europe time zone friendly qualifier. We had some pretty good representation today. We had two players from the US, we had one player from Indonesia, one player from Romania, one player from Vietnam, one player from Thailand, one from Singapore, and one player from Uruguay. So really diverse overall participation from our players in the top 8, and of course many more countries represented throughout the entire qualifier. But it's come down to these two. Let's get into the finals and see. The stress of who gets to go to grand finals is off, but the pressure of who gets to be number 1 and take the grand prize is on.
I mean, I will say that's why we hold the SVOs in different time zones, so that we can get the full breadth of talent and competition from all over the world. And, that's exactly the entire purpose of it. And now we see not only players from different places, but also their deck building processes, their techs they're using. It's all connected, which I love to see.
100%. We see a very good start on Artify's side, going first here especially, getting that quick plater into good tempo. The Bellringer is going to try to stop that, but I don't know if that's going to be too effective with the Devotee and the boots accessible here in order to clear that out while still doing 3 more damage.
Yeah, the Devotee is... I think the Devotee is better than the Supplicant, just because the boots is like so applicable most of the time, to the point where now, like, Alejandro is going to kind of struggle to clear this whole board, right? Like, he's going to extra play point out into the Supplicant, and it hits the worst target, unfortunately, off of that random proc.
Not what you want to see. That being said, Artify would love to do Zirconia if they were going second. So instead, it's going to be a bit of a question mark here, as you can technically trade over the 4/4 by buffing with the boots one more time, or you can just direct all that damage to face, but I think that requires some calculations in terms of how much damage can you keep doing without worrying about the healing from Mode Abyss potentially coming back to bite you, right? So you theoretically can do a total of 6 damage this turn, and that would put them to 9, and then if next turn you evolve Albert Face, that's another 5, puts them down to 4. Ooh, they're considering the Zirconia and go face.
I think that is correct, just because you have 2 5-drops playable next turn. So, you might as well just, like, try to be more play point efficient in that sense, but every deck having access to Gilnalise just means that any slip up in, like, the momentum of your tempo can get instantly punished.
That's completely correct. And now, the good thing about Loot Sword is that it's not playing for that aggro. It's not necessarily playing to win from early snowballing. It can easily pivot into the loot-heavy game plan, and especially with the lair picked up, that means that your pairs are also easily accessible for the maximum output of Sincero, which you've had in the hand from the very beginning. It now just comes down to how you want to connect into the Sincero, because he's not going active until 2 more turns from now, because you won't be able to super evolve yet.
I think evolve mages over the 4/2 is probably the safest route. You also just live with a 3/1 after this trade anyway. And, all their damage is... most of it's random, right? So there's actually just, like, a possibility that just hits wrong targets. But the Gilnalise once again coming in clutch here. Just like one of the best cards ever printed in the game, honestly. Everyone's playing it.
Yep. From the reveal, I thought the exact same thing, and she's really showing to be exactly what I thought. Just a generic anti-aggro tool that, if games go long enough, she's also one of your potential finishers. Like, it's crazy
100%.
to think how good some of the past Gilnalises were. And, this one, people initially looked at it like, oh, is she really going to be that good? But I saw Drain. I saw that the buff is applicable to virtually anything. I was like, all right, this card, she is the one.
Oh, yeah. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, we're going to need these. We're going to need to craft multiple copies of these immediately.
Yep.
No choice. I mean, you can just clear this with the Devotee here, right? And then set up a lair for the next turn. That's very low tempo, unfortunately. That does help you go for a Sincero into the super turn, I guess, because you set up the lair, get the other pair. But then where do you go from there? That rhymed way too much, and it's making me feel weird.
I was about to say, my man's putting bars out here.
That was I did not mean for any of that to happen, but as soon as it left my mouth, I'm like, what am I doing? What am I, Dr. Seuss over here? Like, what's happening?
By the time we're back with the next SVO, Iggy has already published a children's book.
That's right. That's right. 1, 2, 3. Dummy's Guide to Roach Math or something.
Damn, I might have to buy that actually.
Alright, Congregant does come out here. We do not see Shamnasha in the hand, so and it's gonna like with the mode count's only at 4, so it's gonna be pretty tough to get to like the Faith completed on time anyway. Do you just sync the Sincero now? It is 4 to the whole board twice. Putting them down to 8, meaning that they're vulnerable to an Owlbear in the future. Do you just do the Sincero now?
I think so. You have to heal up first, because otherwise you will draw too many cards from using the lair. This way you get all 4 types with the blade and the necklace at your disposal. And then you have your 8 damage. You leave them on 8, and then you pray that they remain at 8 so that you can queue in a Albert in 2 turns time.
Well, you've already seen 2 Gilnaleases out. Their other, like, burst heal is Gilnalease. Oh, sorry, Ginyuzu. And that's not coming out for another couple turns, so I think this is relatively safe. This Cerberus is a problem, but...
Yeah. There is actually so much forms of healing in this deck, it is quite impressive. So,
but how do you deal with this 9/9 is the problem, right? Like, without spending the super, because you want to super on Albert.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of concerning.
It's going to be a bit of an issue, I think. The good side is you have forced the last super evolve point, but on the other hand, you're essentially looking at what Congregant can hit and pray that it hits the right target while also using your last super evolve on it. Okay, this is a bit better. You do have a fuse target here, so that technically lets you loop one of your loot cards. So I just want to say, like, I feel like almost every single loot game we've watched, except for one, we haven't seen Octress show up.
Yeah, that's true. What the heck?
Very much missing in action, but I feel like this has to be Congregant, right?
Is there a world where you... Oh no, returning slash is random. That's unfortunate. I was gonna say,
you know what
if
I
you
think
returning slash
thinking
kill
about?
the 4/1 and just go ravening face and then Albert next turn?
I think there is a world where you see where the slash hits. Ooh. This might be just Tentacles, phase, pass, Albert for game.
That's what I was just saying.
Tentacles, phase, pass.
That's what I was just saying.
They
The
only
only
have
problem
14
is you would have you would have wanted that to hit the 4/1. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And now you just die to Rulonai because... Oh wait, no you don't, right? Rulonai is 1 off.
Nope. You do not just...
Oh,
yet.
but if you Rulonai face, put them down to 1, they can't Albert. Because it would kill the Mimi. Killing them before the Albert can go face, right?
Oh, that would have actually been quite big. You're so right about that. I think setting up the wards is also fair game.
Probably safer, honestly. Yeah.
No, I think actually that was the safer option because you lose your 2 lose conditions would be Albert or a like hidden Sincero that just so happened to have everything ready, right? So if you push them down to 1 and they just die to they just take the last damage from the Mimi proc, then that would have been confirmed lethal, but this is a bit more of a risky option.
Is there an out here? I don't think there is. You can clear, I suppose, but it's not guaranteed either. See where the damage lies. Okay, not bad.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. These boots.
But now what?
Going to Luminous, I guess.
Oh, it actually did hit the right one. Lucky duck.
This just barely clears out the Cerberus. Oh my god. But it's not enough.
This is lethal.
As the Ruinai and Valneric is ready to go face.
Gosh. That was quite a close one, too. I feel like the Alejandro was only able to stabilize because he had 2 Gilneleases. Like, if he didn't have double Gilnelease and, like, basically the opener, like, the loot would have just run away with the game there, which is kind of crazy to think about. Also, if the returning Slash actually was able to hit the 4-1, also a different game, I think. So, very crazy turn of events there.
100%. But Alejandro is now 1 game away from being the champion of the 3rd SVO qualifier of the Worlds Beyond Competitive Circuit for the year 2025, and also potentially marking history as another crazy, unexpected deck potentially could take yet another SVO. It feels like it's becoming tradition at this point, and now yet another Forest build that is not pure Roach is in the finals in contention of that first place. But Artify is trying to put a stop to that, queuing in that Loot Sword one more time. But it's going to be the potential matchup of 2 decks that are capable of being very aggressive or pivoting to a late game plan.
And that's a really aggressive start from Alejandro's hand, too. Like, he can just Fairy May here, just keep pushing the damage, too.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be really hard for Artify to full clear this board. Like, Balls is only taking out 1, Returning Slash is only taking out 1. And the Tentacles is not what you want to see at this point in the game, in this matchup.
Returning Slash can take out 2 technically because it gives you the blade. And you can technically take a blade from your lair as well, but that kind of goes against your Sincero game plan.
Yeah, that's the kind of struggle when you're playing Loot, right? It's the juggling of what do I want to spend now for my Congregant or for clearing the board versus what do I want to spend to get my actual win condition off. And a lot of the time, like, just that interplay of what do I need to spend where ends up leaving you with not enough resources to do everything you want to do. And this hand for Artify is looking pretty bad, actually, into this wide board.
Yeah,
if that Returning Slash hits the Cynthia, it's cooked. It's chopped, as they say.
Is it, though? Because it hitting that and giving you the blade means you take out the Cynthia, so you don't have to worry about the Evolve buffing everything, right?
That's true. Hold up. I think he has to guarantee a draw first, because his hand is pretty bad either way. So I think you have to, fuse first. And then do it. And then hopefully you draw Lance Trooper. Oh!
Zirconia can go active. Oh my god.
Very
Sequencing
nice!
was everything. Sequencing was everything in that turn.
That was the only thing that saved him, I think. Oh no! It might not matter!
Oh dear. Oh, we're maximizing.
Cynthia 2!
There was one more in the tank off the top, and here comes another 4 damage to the face as this board once again perishes
you could even bail for
in the
tempo
wake of
if you
Cynthia.
want. Or you could bail double Roach next turn too.
Arya is also available next turn as well.
Well, you would want to save Arya for the super, right? I imagine.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. I think Bale is fine
forward,
because
like-
you saw how hard they struggled to deal with your board last turn. This is also
This
before the
comes back?
Sincero is active.
Yeah, this comes back to what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about the Luminous Magus. If you can go wide before the Sincero goes active, it can be really, really painful. And this is specifically that turn where committing the extra body on the board is super backbreaking. Like, you can actually trade quite a bit of this board thanks to the Luminous in hand, but it's going to use a lot of resources, and next turn is looking pretty shaky.
It's going to use a lot of resources. Luminous only becomes a 3 attack, and that's a 6-5 Cynthia and a 4-4 Bale on the board that you have to deal with. I don't think there is a way out here.
It might just be in the books, but Artify is going to give it his best try in trying to see how this can be taken care of. The tools are limited, but it's not all over just yet. The Bale gets taken out. 2 blades can take this out as well, but there's 10 damage on this board. All you need to do is play the roaches, and
Double
it
roach.
is going to be it. With that, Alejandro takes it in an incredibly dominant final showing with a 2-0 victory over Artify to secure the winner spot in the grand finals.
Absolutely insane lineup that pretty much just popped up recently, already putting up some crazy results and being crowned the Shadowverse Open Qualifier 3 champion. Huge props to Alejandro, and of course congratulations to Artify as well for also qualifying to the SVO Grand Finals. But Alejandro is going to take the champion spot today, and that marks the 4th SVO in a row where something unusual has won the tournament. And may I just say, we've only had 4, so this is the one to watch. That's all I'm gonna say. This is the circuit to watch. If you want the spicy meatball, yeah.
If you bring the spiciest lineup to this tournament, as long as you can make it past the playoffs, there's some kind of protagonist buff out here, man. I swear to God. It's happened too many times for it to be a coincidence at this point, because it's just week in, week out. Whether it's Ward Haven when it was doubted, whether it was Dragon when it was written off by virtually everyone, whether it was Izudia, whether it's Mirabane Tempo Forest, all of these decks came completely out of nowhere, completely unexpected, and managed to completely just take it all. And it's really impressive to see, and I think we will be able to get Alejandro in here as well for a quick interview to hear his thoughts after that very quick and smooth and dominating victory.
All right, hopefully we'll get the call set up right now. Just waiting for the production to get it all lined up.
Yep. I think there's also just some audio issues that production is trying to sort out so that we can get a clean feed of Alejandro in here as well. So just give us a moment as we get in here. It's going to be nice to hear, of course. All right, looks like we're
but
still...
I'm really excited to find out the rationale behind that Tempo Forest. That's what I'm going to ask him first.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to ask once we get Alejandro in here. So still having to stand by a little bit. But
all right,
there we go. Welcome, Alejandro. Congratulations.
Hello, Alejandro.
Hello.
Congratulations
Hello.
on your victory.
Thank you. Hello.
I just want to
How are
say
you feeling?
first off,
Like,
yeah.
oh, fantastic. I just made a big payday.
True.
That's
It's also-
true. That's true.
It's also great because now I can spend money in this game and it can be justified as a business expense.
Oh,
Real. I want to say first off, can you walk us through your rationale behind why you chose this lineup? Because I think a lot of people, this wasn't on their radar until very, very recently.
Well, Mode Abyss is tried and true at this point, right? And I would also like to mention that Abyss has won, I'm pretty sure, every single major event in the West. It's not right, like the first SVO qualifier, the second one, now this one. I'm pretty sure the kickoff too. So I didn't want to break that streak, and specifically the Vuelas, I just liked her. One tech I didn't get to show off is the Vuela buffing Gilnolis for additional big heals. He helped like 9 of that.
true. True. That
And
was actually-
for the big elephant in the room, Tempo Forest, I wanted to bring some sort of forest because I've been enjoying the class a lot. At the start of the expansion, I was having fun with Rose Queen even, So this has been my favorite class in Worlds Beyond so far, so I wanted to bring it. And the thing about the other two possibilities, which were Roach and Izudia, Izudia's matchups are kind of like I don't think I can pull off the same miracle as Barrick did last time. And Roach, I don't trust myself to play Roach perfectly for how many games there are here, especially in the day one. So this ended up being more of a process of elimination, but I did really enjoy the deck, and I went through a lot of interesting ideas, even just testing it out. I tried Wild Heart at some point. That was she's actually okay if you're on a budget.
The 3/3 with Rush with no other effects. It's very
Yes.
interesting. All right, Chris, you have another question for Alejandro here?
Yeah, so when I messaged you right before the tournament started, you did say that, you're playing Shadowverse since the original Shadowverse as well, and, you're trying to take this chance with Worlds Beyond coming out as a chance to go pro. So now that you won an SVO, you're qualified for the Grand Finals happening at the end of October. What's next? What do you have planned for your pro journey now?
I mean, probably the next qualifier for more money, because I like money. And
Yeah, that's fair.
we'll see from there. Honestly, I like also having fun in random community-run tournaments. I've joined like a few of those so far. Also, really like, by the way, just in general, I like tournaments with unique rule sets. Like you're not just playing the meta. I played a tournament by an Indonesian VTuber that was all about having the deck of two copies of each card and only 2 legendaries allowed. And that was such an interesting deck building restriction. I kind of wish we'd do something like this, or maybe something like Take-Two in the competitive format.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's something we've seen in World Grand Prix in the past as well, where Take-Two gets tested as part of the skill. So that's really good to hear. So I guess we'll probably be seeing you also in the next qualifier as well. Going to be crazy. You're going to make it the back-to-back top 8 as well. Are there any shout-outs or anyone that helped you prepare for this tournament that you want to mention?
Actually, I've just been mostly grinding on ladder. It's pretty crazy because I haven't done this well in anywhere else in the game. I'm not high on ladder. I didn't even win a single lobby tournament yet. Not a single GP. So that's I guess it's all been saving up for this moment.
It sure did pay off, that's for sure. Igni, do you have anything else you want to ask?
No, I think I just want to say good luck to you, especially in the Grand Finals in Singapore. All the best. I think both of us will be meeting you in person when that time comes. I'll be so glad to see you, and we won't hold you for too much longer. Once again, congratulations, and have a well-earned rest with your payday, as you said.
Thank you. Yeah, you too. You're also making big bucks off of this, I heard.
Wow, I try.
All right, appreciate your time, Alejandro. Thank you so much, and once again, huge congratulations. Make sure you properly celebrate this huge victory, and we look forward to seeing you in the Grand Finals as well. Of course, everyone in chat, please give a big round of applause to Alejandro as well for making it all this way. And don't forget, there's still one more qualifier in 2 weeks' time, and you could potentially join Alejandro in the Grand Finals once that rolls around at the end of October. But there's one more chance for that, so make sure you don't miss it.
That's right, and you can get all the updates on what the future tournaments are all about over on svo.gg. That's svo.gg. It's exactly how you spell it because it's only letters, so you can't miss it. And that's where all the information regarding the future tournaments are, what dates are, if they're open to enter. So make sure to check that out for all the updates, as well as on all the official Shadowverse channel socials on YouTube and X, etc. But as for us, that's going to be it for us today. Thank you very much to my co-caster, Chris, for joining me today. Really appreciate you. And also, of course, huge shout outs to production for making this possible in various time zones over the course of multiple weeks. It's not easy for any of us, but huge shout outs to them who are doing most of the work. Me and Chris are just yapping. So, and also, big thank you to the audience as well for tuning in. Appreciate your love. And we'll see you guys next time, I believe in 2 weeks, for SVO Qualifier 4. That is the final qualifier to determine who are the last 2 slots going to SVO Grand Finals in October. And then, of course, the SVO Grand Finals in October determines who goes to World Grand Prix, where there's 100 million yen grand prize. So lots of exciting Shadowverse action coming up in the coming months. Again, svo.gg to learn all about it, and stay tuned for next time. But other than that, that's it from us. We'll see you next time. Peace.
Bye-bye.